is advised.
Good morning from a fairly dreary yet expectantly exciting morning here on the western fringes of the great Kruger National Park. That is a tawny eagle, and this is your very own live safari. My name is James Hendry, and on camera today we have got the inimitable and well-wrapped up Mpo. That is his thumb. And over there, sitting in the mist, looking a little miserable, is a tawny eagle. Now, yesterday we had reports of vultures descending around this area. They seem to have left now. I'm not sure where they've gone, especially as they seem to be landing fairly late in the evening. But we are not allowed to drive around the area too much here because the roads are over seep lines, and so we just thought we'd have a quick look around and see what we could find, but as yet there is nothing. A couple of lions calling at dawn, way off to the north. Maybe they'll come this way. Please do remember to talk to us using the hashtag WildEarth on Twitter. Otherwise you can use the chat stream on YouTube or on Twitch. Alternatively, if you happen to be a younger person below the age of 19, you may talk to us using the email address kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. And if you don't know what email is because it's, an almost outdated mode of communication, just ask your parents or grandparents and they'll explain to you that it is a technology used by people slightly more advanced than the carrier pigeon. Marvellous. We'll move on, see what else we can find.
Greetings. Good morning and a very warm welcome to you in the Masai Mara of Kenya. We have a lone elephant bull grazing out in the plains. My name is Tim, and behind camera we have Big James. Now, this bull has been here by himself. Normally, we find bulls by themselves, and it's so keen to understand how elephants are able to walk by themselves and traverse all this land without any other members of their herd. So elephant bulls will always be by themselves. So they disperse off from their families from the age of maybe 11 to about 16, 17. So can you imagine, once this bull was reliant to his mother. So they leave their families to go and fend for themselves. Now they walk through fate, risk of human-wildlife conflict because they walk a long distance away from their families, traversing over conservation area and human land. But because we have a big conservation management around where we are, these elephants are not at risk as compared to other elephants from other places where they walk from the conservation area to human catchment area. So these bulls will sometimes come to their families and then go back to where they will rely on to unknown bulls. So it is always important, and love to know how these bulls end up growing and being mature without a mother figure. So elephants like this bull, when he dispersed from the family, he went over and came across a big bull. So the big bull are the ones that will nurture them and train them to how he is now. So because he's alone doesn't mean that there are no elephants around. Sometimes when you see bigger bulls, elephant bulls, there are some younger bulls that are always associating with him. And those ones, we call them askaris, we call them guards. So if I look around, I'll happen to see either one or two. Not always that. Rafi, thank you so much for your question. Are elephants safe on their own? I will put it in this way. If it depends on the age of the elephant. So for this elephant bull, he is safe on his own because they are known to walk by themselves and sometimes in small groups called the bachelors. But if it's a younger elephant like a calf, I'll definitely say it's not safe on its own. So this elephant is so mature, he's big enough, he can defend over, if it depends to predators. No predator can try and attack, but if it's a younger calf, I would say no. So this elephant is safe on its own. You can see how he's flapping his ears to cool off. So the ear contains blood vessels. So the blood vessels Thank you so much for your question. Do I know how old he is? Now I'll put an estimate to this elephant bull. I'll say he is on his late 20s or mid 30s. So ranging from late 20s to mid 30s. That is how I would age him. He's actually peaceful, quiet, grazing. So they use the same routes, walking from home area to home area. So sometimes this bull can travel a long distance for food and water. And they're known to travel even 170 kilometers if there's no food or water. How interesting is that? So to understand the life of elephants is very important because sometimes you see them in big herds, sometimes by themselves. Females always never leave their natal herds. So a herd consists of related sisters and cousins, including the matriarch who sometimes becomes a grandmother to the younger calves. So this bull looks so peaceful and quiet. As he wanders off, we're going to take you over to another safari vehicle.
Welcome aboard to my vehicle, everyone. It is a gloomy morning here in Juma. Lots of rain still, and we have these two lovely leopards in a tree. It's Thandi and her cub. You saw them yesterday too. And he's busy eating that tiger. They just look so beautiful. Hi everyone, it's me, TRISHALA, and I've got Beaky on camera this morning in Juma Game Reserve. It is cool, about 16 degrees Celsius, 61 degrees Fahrenheit, and it is still a little bit rainy, which is great because it means that things are going to get nice and green. And that's why these two look so beautiful in the tree, don't they? So much green. We have a hyena at the base of the tree that's just come through too. Looking for scraps. Busy. Imagine for how many years they would have done this. How many thousands of years they would have had this relationship. Thandi's watching this hyena now. Oh, look at the cub's reaction. Let's go up and look at him. What is that? You've seen them before. Oh, there are no words to describe the beauty of a leopard, let alone two sitting in a tree. Mom, what are we doing about this animal that's at the bottom? Don't worry, I'll hoist it up further. Oh, cubby. Oh, Oh, so much to watch, so much interaction, especially with a cub. Learning about its skill, learning about how to keep it safe. And you can see Tandy's quite relaxed. That's Swazi at the base of the tree here. Swazi the hyena. You'll hear another vehicle coming in to join us now. We're just gonna move past. Look at the cub, so interested. Look at these big paws. Yeah, you've got big boy paws now. So many interesting interactions. Just love it. Love it. Well, of course, we're going to be sitting here for as long as we can and enjoying all the behavior that we see.
Jumbo, and a very good morning. Look what we have here. A very young male lion of the River Pride. They were walking earlier, but now, looks like he has rested. There is another male not very far, but we cannot see him. But it's a beautiful start for our morning, because our mission is to stick around the marsh and see what's happening up here. Well, welcome once again. My name is Isaac, and on camera today is Bungei. Our mission is to stay at the marsh, see what we can find. Maybe we might get lucky and see the female lionesses and the cubs, but it is such luck to see this young male lion. Unfortunately, looks like he's trying to catch a much needed morning nap. As you can see, we saw him from a distance and they were walking in company of the other big male lion, but we cannot see the other guy. He's flat out. This young male lion is of the Marsh Pride. They reside along the marsh, hence their name. They have, 4 new cubs, and that is our mission this morning. Remember to talk to us on #WildEarth. Questions and comments are very, very welcome. This is live. It's coming from the Masai Mara in the Mara Triangle in Kenya. I was there, now I'm not. That is what has been reflected there by that young male lion. The kind of terrain they're in is wooded savanna, as you can see there. Yes, this is the kind of habitat that lions love, because they can hide, they can ambush prey. I'm going to stay here, see if the big male lion, who is somewhere there, is going to come up while we see what is happening somewhere else.
I think that's one of the first times in the last little while that there's been a sighting of a lion in the Masai Mara and it hasn't been eating something. Anyway, here we are with a herd of elephants, not in the Masai Mara, but in the bushveld of South Africa. Probably about 15 of them dotted around us, feeding quietly towards the west. Very peaceful it is, especially when we face north. The wind is at our backs. The breeze, it's not really a wind. If you look carefully, you can also see that the grass is now tinged with green. There's been sufficient rain for it to flush. And I think a little bit of heat is going to result in quite a lot of growth. I was just saying to Mpo how unappetizing her breakfast looks. Thorns, dry sticks. I suppose there are a few nice new shoots on that particular bush. But it's not exactly a breakfast that makes one salivate out here. I suppose there isn't really much out here that the animals eat that we would look at and think, that looks lovely, I'd really like some of that. I mean, the duiker, for example, that is currently being devoured by those two cats just further south of where I am, equally is not exactly appetizing. But I'm sure it is for the leopards, as I'm sure this new green grass and moistened sticks are for these elephants. What is that one doing? Having a scratch or a relieving dump? That's very odd. Oh, there we go. Yeah, no, it's having a relieving time of it. Seems to be slightly constipated. Mum, not so much. Root, I think elephants have taste buds, yes, but there won't be very many of them. We have a tremendous number of taste buds compared with most animals. I don't know if we have the most. We may have the most, but we've certainly got many, many more than, say, the cats do out here. I suspect the further along the primate line you go, the closer you get to us, the more the number of taste buds there will be. But elephants do have taste buds. I don't know how sophisticated they are, though. I'm not sure whether they would be able to tell a Pinotage from a Pinot Noir, for example. I couldn't tell a Pinotage from a Pinot Noir, but, some people could. Now move forward a little bit, just because we've got our rain roof on and a pole in the way, which is making life difficult for Paul. Sorry about that, Paul. We'll just get up top here, and then we'll have a nice view down onto the illies.
These two are hissing at each other. I wonder if you could hear that. At least Tanya's showing us her face now. Oh, little one. I just want to keep my voice low because there's some very nice subtle sounds going on. I hope you'll be able to catch them. Looks like most of the meat is off this duiker. This little cub is using his carnassials. Those are the really robustly built teeth. They're really sharp. They're in the back of their jaw. See when he puts his cheek against the against the kill like that. He's using those back teeth. Well, there we get a really nice look at the inside of the duiker's mouth. You always get very interesting anatomy lessons when you watch animals that kills. You see their prey in a way that you don't any other time. It's astonishing how large his paws are. They're probably as big candy bear. You'd like to know at what age will he start hoisting his own kills. Wow, that duiker really looks very different than you would think we're used to. So he'll be independent by a year and a half. But he'll attempt to make his own kills before that and hoist them. But the kills that they tend to make before that, and I'm using Kalamba as an example here, are generally smaller. She used to go a lot for scrub hares, mongoose, when she was between a year and a half. And those are kills that don't really require hoisting. So now he'll practice by moving with the kill in the tree. You see Tandi's letting him do this because they've both feasted already, and you can see that that animal, there's not much meat left on there at all. So he'll start to practice now, and by the time he's a year and a half, he'll be independent. In fact, with Tandi, probably a little bit younger than a year and a half. And that is the facial structure of a duiker. His paws are... Come on, Tandi, put your paw next to it. His paws are really large. I dare say larger than Tandi's, but I want to put hers... I want to see hers too in comparison. It's not easy to tell unless you have contrast. And here we have a good opportunity for contrast. So they may only start hoisting the kills when they're able to make big enough kills to hoist. But they'll start climbing trees very young. Not with the same kind of elegance that the adults do. But by a month, 2 months, I remember seeing Shidulu's Kara, and she was about a month and a half. And that tiny thing made her way up that tree. I never expected it. Bronwyn, you'd like to know if it's hard for Tandi being an older mother? Statistically, it is. The older she gets, and leopards at this age tend to be less successful with their cubs. But I think she's done exceptionally well. This cub is almost 7 months, end of March, I think. So it will be 7 months this month. So I think she's done very, very well. But also not in the human sense, in that biologically she'll be equipped to mate, give birth, and take care of young until she dies. She'll forever be able to do that. Very few animals go through a phase where they're not able to reproduce, or there's problems with reproduction as they get older. So biologically she'll be fine, but of course she will be more tired and things like that. He's using those calatules again, just listen. Oh, a bit soft. Well, he's given us a great biology lesson, and the eye is still in there. I'm gonna see what he does with it while we sit here.
We too are tuning ourselves into the sounds of the African bush this morning. Fork-tailed drongo with his sharp, shrilly notes. Oh, there he goes. Just been displaced by a glossy starling. Very beautiful sounds this morning. Very warm welcome and good morning. My name is Carl and behind camera is Glenn. And give us a thumbs up there, Glenn. There we go. Welcome to Tswalu Kalahari, and what a fantastic morning we are having. Really incredible. So what we were busy looking at first and foremost was that beautiful chunk of rock there, and Glenn had it set up so nicely for you guys with that white-browed sparrow weaver nest. What got our attention first and foremost was the white-browed sparrow weaver chasing all the other birds. They are very aggressive around their nest site, so this colony will displace all other birds, and they are not shy of size. So obviously using aggressive type of call, but then also coming down in these vicious swoops to displace other birds. Of course, around this nest site there is available feeding or food, and you don't want competition. And so they displaced quite a few birds. Glenn, that fork-tailed drongo. He's singing so nicely. Really amazing bird. Very easy to recognize. Jet black appearance. And hence the name fork-tailed drongo. Beautiful deep fork within this long tail that the bird possesses. It is very clever. An array of different calls. Very funny sounds. Sometimes you think it's mechanical. Somebody could be drilling something. The sounds that bird can make is just phenomenal. But it's always very nice just to stay still. Tune your hearing in. Get this sense of smell up and going. Beautiful. So what we're going to be doing is just taking it slowly within this section that we are in now. And we're going to go visit that potential Cape Fox den. We're going to go take a little walk there to see what activity is like. And from there we'll be seeing if it was a very pretty call, Laura. When we do have this bird making it's an array of sounds, we definitely will let you guys in on it. It is very clever. Not only able to mimic other bird calls, but it is very clever. In the Kalahari, they've been documented with some quite unique behavior in relation to that of meerkats. So through the winter period, their food becomes quite scarce, especially insects. Obviously, the lower temperatures, insects will then become very inactive. And this little bird adopts a very clever tactic in order to get a free meal along the line. So meerkats, especially the inexperienced ones, can be fooled by this bird. It can mimic very well, and will actually mimic an alarm call given by the meerkat. Embry asked a question, are drongos related to swallows? No, they're not related to swallows. If you look at the bird is quite chunky, very long tail. It's also got a hook at the end of the beak. Its wings are quite broad and quite short. and you can see where it's moving. So its habits, its morphological structure would separate it from that of a swallow. Swallows are designed to be on the wing all the time. You won't see a swallow just sitting in a tree like this, perched maybe on top. Some of your swallow species, it's actually going for insects. But a drongo is not related to that of a swallow. Swallows are very, very skillful aerial birds, whereas this guy likes to be in the undergrowth within trees like this. So if you look at birds, just like looking at somebody's face, just look at the shape, the morphological shape or structure, and you'll see that that'll be, very skillful flyer as well. Let's see if we can get a little bit close in there. So looking at the beak shape, the body shape, the tail, and as well as the general shape of the bird, you can somewhat put it into a family group. When we find a few other bird species a bit later, I'll be sure to get out my book, and then we'll relate back to this question in terms of morphological structure. But really beautiful morning. How lucky are we? It's so amazing that you guys are with us and we can share this with you. I mean, the ability that we have as humans is just incredible to be able to share all these wonders.
Here we have got a hyena that has been wandering along the road for the last little while. And I'm just gently rolling on after it. And we've been following it for about, 1.5 kilometers or so, about a mile, hoping that it is going to lead us perhaps to some other predator. It's walking in a very straight line, but it's not going at a great speed. So I'm not sure if it's just decided that it's got some mates that it would like to go and spend the Saturday morning with, or if it can smell something on the southeast breeze that is attracting its salivary glands. As we drive along here, I am reliably informed, well, I don't know how reliable it is, but I am informed that the animal with the most butts in all the world is in fact the catfish. It should be the cat, except that it is of course a scavenger, and so maybe it needs, and a hunter, so maybe it needs varied taste buds to make sure that it doesn't poison itself. This young hyena is moving off towards the south, which is good news for us. And they've got 175,000 taste buds. That's the catfish, not that. And we human beings have got 10,000. We've got fewer taste buds than ye olde catfish. Imagine the sommelier you could make out of a catfish if it was able to speak.
So welcome to the Mara back again. We have come across a lion that is sleeping, but before he was active, these lions made a kill yesterday. They killed an old buffalo. So there's a lion that is also eating. You can see the bushes moving there. So he dragged the carcass and took it there. So you can only see the bushes moving. So in total we have about 3 sub-adult male lions and the lioness. So they come from the LEPERES, where these 3 have already started to disperse away from the pride. Look at how lazy he looks. But can you imagine, yesterday at around noon, that lazy looking lion was in a big fight bringing down that buffalo. The buffalo looked big, very sharp horns. So I'm suspecting the buffalo had come to drink here because it's a marshy place, and presumably because it's all by himself. Darker boys or old buffalo bulls, what happens if they get older? they prefer this kind of habitat where the grass is much softer and there's adequate water. And because of the rain, we have very many swamps around here. So one of the swamp, which is where we are currently, has become a haven of activity. So all buffalo bulls, birds, and other antelope species will come here for a drink and also to graze. Sometimes you see elephants even walking through the swamp to get over to the other side to get the fresh grass. So this buffalo bull might have been resting either here. Sometimes they will, because they lose fur on their body, they will be in the water to cool themselves. And that can be a vulnerable position. So these youngsters managed to ambush and put him down. So there was a haven of activity last evening where we had lots of hyenas gathering, but because these 4 lions may be outnumbered or maybe overpowered, I would say overpowered the hyena, they were not successful to take over this food. So we had expected to have hyenas and lions in a tussle, but since these guys have done a good job, then they'll be left here to eat for the rest of the day and maybe tomorrow. So a big meal like that can last them for about 4 days up to a week. So I don't know where the other ones have gone to, but they always take turn to come and eat. So he'll sleep there, take a rest, and join the brother. So they also have to bring the kill close to where there's shade, where they can rest, at least to guard them from other predators and scavengers. So the scavengers like hyenas and vultures, it's only that it's still not hot enough or warm enough for the vultures to come up, because I'm expecting to see a big activity later in the day where vultures will come here at least to scrap off something to eat. So when you look at this entire area, you have to be keen sometimes when you're driving, because in these swamps there is lots of activity. Lions, leopard, over in the forest area. So this is one buffalo that fell down. So for the success of this lion, we have at least a big number of lions within here. So when there's adequate food, when there's good supply of food, then they are happy. So I'm going to wait here for a little while. Remember, we're coming to you live, #WildEarth. For the young viewers, kids question at wildearth.tv, on the YouTube comment section at FC. And as we wait here, remember we're coming to you live from 6 different locations. We're now going to send you over to another safari vehicle.
It's Tundi, snoozing. I think she's so satisfied with her meal that she's not too worried if her little boy drops it at this point. She's been wiggling it around, moving around, but still has a firm grip. And that's excellent practice. As for Swazi the hyena, he has walked off. And I had an interesting encounter. You know, we often get asked whether they recognize us, leopards, the hyenas, or the elephants. I think Swazi definitely recognizes us, as in us at WildEarth. Or maybe it's just our vehicle, whatever it is. So there's 2 vehicles in the sighting. He's been around. We know that Swazi is particularly curious. He still behaves like he's a cub. And he went to the other vehicle, and he looked around. He looked at the tires a little bit, but that was it. Then he came around to our vehicle, and he just acted as if he owns this vehicle. Came and put his head by the pedals, and I shouted at him quite badly. I don't think I've ever shouted at him that badly, because he behaves like he's a little cub, but he's a huge hyena now. And he didn't do that with the other vehicle. So I found that interesting. Nice to have a direct comparison. And I promise it's not as if I have any food in here that he may like. Unless he likes a nachi. So, when we're tracking leopards or we're looking for an animal, we look out or listen out for sounds like that of those francolins. Not always reliable, but as you can hear, it can give you an indication. Prognosticated charm. You'd like to know how far away is Thandi from Tlalamba's territory? Not very far at all. In fact, Tlalamba's southern territory, or southern parts of her territory, are not well defined. Although she does like to hang out more in the north. But the southern area is not well defined. So this could be an overlapping area even. Mothers and daughters, mothers tend to give away a portion of their territory to their daughters. So there is an area that can overlap. And the reason that's done is so that the adult leopard, Thandi in this example, can ensure that the leopards that have territories around her, the female leopards that have territories around her, are those leopards that she is familiar with. We know leopards are solitary, and we know that they're not going to hang out in family groups. But at least if her neighbors are her familiars and her kin, then she knows that the interactions with them are going to be a lot more peaceful than if it were with some other territorial female that she didn't know. So to answer your question, this is a portion that I think is overlapping. We've seen Tlalamba down here often. So the exact location of us is basically Battalier Road, the western end of Battalier Road, right at the bottom at the junction of the Mowati. So the Mowati River is just behind us, or the riverbed, which is a very pretty place to have a leopard sighting. Now Thandi will offer this kind of real estate of bits of her territory and the surrounding area to her daughters only, because males will tend to disperse further away. So she will not give that same kind of special offer to this little boy as she did with Tlalamba. But like I said, Tlalamba hangs out a lot in the north. And the majority of the time we've been seeing her now in Djuma. It's been north of the camp. Our camp. Oh, look at this lazy girl. Very tired. Oh, there's something so human about her expression and her position. Such a lovely leopard. I love them both very, very much, and it's awesome to spend time with them.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to And Beyond Ngala. We've just started our morning off with driving through a couple of the riverbeds that Ngala has to offer. And this is one of the more obliging bird species that we've been able to frame up. And as you can see, it's got that very, very deep V of white. And if you look closely at its head, those beautiful big eyes. So this is a small owl that we've got. And now we just need to try and figure out which one. So, see, it's quite far away. My name is Eric. And behind camera, as always, is Owen.
And the bird that we have in question is one of two. It's either a pearl-spotted owlet or it's an African barred owlet. And so I'll try and point out some of the features to distinguish the two different species, and then hopefully we can arrive to a conclusion together. So within the two different species, they're pretty much exactly the same size. So size doesn't really help in this situation. And so we need to look at some of the patterning and the colors. And so that deep V, that white V that I pointed out initially, is one that will help us. And then with the two different owlet species, another good thing to look at is the back of the head. And our pearl-spotted owlet has got two black dots that we call, I guess, false eyes at the very back of its head. And this one, if you look there, I mean, we can't really see it directly behind the back of its head. It's now showing us the front of its head. But if you look very closely, I mean, you'll really have to look deep. But if you look at the top of the head there, there's those thin white stripes that go all the way across its body, from the tail right up to the head. And then there's absolutely no black eye. So this is definitely an African barred owlet that we are looking at. And it's looking very grumpy. I don't know if it's complaining about the cold. And see how the feathers are just puffing up. So there is a bit of a breeze up there. See, it's actually turned, and if you listen, there's another one calling. You're just listening to this. It's quite faint in the distance, so I don't know if we'll be able to hear it. But if we're lucky, we could get a response from this one. It is very alert. It's constantly looking around, and just look how far it can move its head. At one moment it looks at us from the right hand side. You see it just dropped some poo and it made itself lighter, so there's a good chance that it could fly off any minute now. But like I was saying, there's one point where it turns and looks at us over its right hand shoulder, and then it turns and looks at us over its left hand shoulder. So it's got a very flexible neck joint that allows it to scan like that. And so every time it turns left and it stops, there's another one calling. And so I'm sure it's just trying to figure out what that African barred owlet is doing in its space.
Beautiful colours and shape of the common scimitar bull. Hence the name scimitar bull. Look at that beak. So unlike the drongo that we looked at earlier, the drongo would have a shortish beak with a little hook at the end. But this long, thin, needle-like beak, which is decurved, is a very special tool used for feeding. So this bird would feed on various insects, also larvae, and then occasionally it'll actually go for nectar as well. But that bill or beak has at the very tip has got lots of sensory receptors, touch and smell, and they do a form of feeding referred to as probing. So the bird's beak actually going under bark or in the ground, that is probing, and that's what the bird will be doing, is searching out for little insects hiding under bark, between leaves. It's a very, very unique form of behavior. I don't know if you guys have seen hardy-daws. Hardy-daws also perform a feeding method referred to as probing, and as well as the beautiful African hoop-hoop, which this bird is within the same family. Very, very nice bird to see, and also a very nice call to pick up. It's got the single drawn-out little whistle. A for effort, maybe I'll stick to my day job. Very nice. You can see him then singularly like this is not uncommon. You can also see them in small groups. But how beautiful is that iridescent blue tingle? Sarah, are they distinctively related to hummingbirds? No. Hummingbirds are not found on the African continent. They're a totally different group altogether, a totally different bird family. Bird families are broken up into different groups. It's the beak shape that is making one think that it might be related to hummingbird. This bird is also maybe maybe 2 or 3 times larger than a hummingbird. Hummingbirds are very tiny little birds, rapid wing beats, feed almost solely on nectar. They will take insects here and there, I'm sure. But no, this bird is not related to hummingbird. The beak is a little bit of a drawing factor to make you think that it would be related to that of a hummingbird. But a hummingbird, totally different family group, and then occurring in the northern hemisphere. So nothing on the African continent. We have a similar species, a family group referred to as sunbirds. That is superficially resembling that of hummingbirds. But this bird, not related to hummingbirds, no. These birds will, when they do find a potential nest site, this is the period in which they... Wow, very nice question. Do birds' beaks ever break? The smaller birds, I've never seen anything like that. I never read. But there is a certain bird species that feeds in a very unique manner. It's called an African skimmer. There I've seen where their beaks have been broken. So an African skimmer is a very unique bird, very long wings, very elegant flyer, and it feeds by flying a couple of centimeters above the water. And unfortunately, sometimes these birds, so flying above the water, they'll open up their beak. Their bottom bill is actually longer than that of their front bill. And what happens is that the bird uses the bottom bill to actually skim or cut through the water. And every now and then, this bird will actually... So what it does is it opens up its bill, just like that, bottom bill being longer, and it opens it up. And it cuts through the water just like that. And unfortunately, sometimes it hits a log or a big branch, and then that's when that's when the beak can break. But something like this over here is feeding on very light material, so the chances of it breaking is very unlikely, but could possibly happen. It's not unplausible, let's say it that. It could happen. If that bird was busy feeding in between a branch or in between a tiny little crack, and suddenly it got a fright from a predator, there's a potential chance it could break and it wouldn't grow back. It wouldn't grow all the way to its very tippy tip again. So African skimmer, that's one bird I know where a beak can break. But these smaller birds, they're very nimble and very careful on how they feed. Beautiful.
Jumbo, after a long search for anything, I have come across this family of beautiful grey-crested cranes. As always, they never disappoint. They love being on the sides of the road. And I've been wondering why, and I have a clue now, is that many birds avoid the road. And so all the seeds are still intact on all the grasses along the road. And they have the confidence to come and eat those seeds. That's why they are here. Remember, this is a very beautiful bird. It's the national symbol of Uganda, so it is very, very protected. Yeah. Julia, Jumbo, did you ask what is crested crane? Was that the question, Julia? Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Julia. You say gorgeous crested crane. I gotcha. Yes, they are very gorgeous. Look at that head crest. Looked like somebody really worked on it, like he was there and put one feather after the other to make it so, gorgeous, as you say. Look at the colors, when it walks inside that grass. How beautiful is that? Yeah, and you can tell that is an adult. Usually all the colors are very bright, like you can see. They stand out, and they're always on the lookout because, yes, they can fly, but the food is on the ground, so they spend a lot of time on the ground. But in case of danger, they can fly. But before they fly, they need to see the threat, so their heads have to be stretched every now and then to detect that danger. It could be a serval cat, a caracal, a hyena, a jackal, a leopard, steal a snack even to the lion. So they have to be very, very careful. Yeah, and the eyesight is amazing. Sometimes very hard to say who is male and female unless they are mating. And here in the Mara, we have no shortage of them in areas where there is water, particularly in marshes. They're always, not far from there, because apart from eating plenty of seeds, they also go for small creepy crawlies, including small reptiles. Yes, look at that. Beautiful. Yeah. And did you see that? You put the head down. Sometimes this is the beginning of a dance. It's just comfortable to cross the road. Yes, it looks like, come here, all you guys. Yeah, and it's telling them maybe there is a sound the adult made or it makes to attract everybody. Look at that. They all came back towards the road. That is amazing. There must be a bit of communication. Godfrey, are crested cranes in any way related to the peacocks? Well, body structure-wise, they look very, very similar. And that is something I have to do research. I have actually, I don't have evidence of that, but body size, yes, they are almost, the same, but the feathers, the peacock grows much longer feathers. I have to do most of the research, Godfrey. Sorry about that, but I am not sure if they are closely related. I have to look on the family tree, see if they are related. I will remember to answer you that this afternoon. I'll look it up. Yes, but peacocks are not found in Africa. They were introduced, but these guys are native to Africa, and they're spread out, from Central Africa all the way down. It is one of our commonest crane. We have another one called the black crowned crane, but it is not found in Kenya. Yeah, this is the only one we find here. And they look like it's one very happy family. Very soon, I think those young, sub-adults now would call them, because they're almost fully, fledged. They look like the plumage is coming to full color. It will be, amazing to see them start flying. Yes, I'm gonna move on, and while I do that, let's see what we can find somewhere else.
From the happy cranes to a happy lion who is feeding. Breakfast time for this lion. So the other lions have walked into for shade. So the third one has come in, and he's going to scrap off something to eat and then carry on eating. And after he's had enough For now, he'll go walk to a shade. This is so interesting. And look at how his neck is actually strengthening. Look at the muscles there. He's pulling the flesh. So old buffalo bulls of course, their meat or the flesh there is so super hard. Look at the cartilage there. You have to check around if there are scavengers around coming in. But with the brothers around, he's okay. He's sure that no predators will come around here. So by the three of them hanging around together, I'm sure they're going to be successful, because forming a coalition, one day in future, there will be pride males over territory. The success of the pride male comes in then having in numbers. So the bigger the number, the more the success. Seems like in future is going to have a big mane. Look at how the mane has developed from under the neck there. So this meal is going to last them for about 2 days from now, since they killed this buffalo yesterday afternoon. So remember, we're coming to you live, #WildEarth, YouTube comment section at FC. For the young viewers, kids question at wildearth.tv. This is so interesting when you look at how he's pulling the flesh. You wonder how much he got to eat yesterday and today. So they'll still take turns to eat. No fighting over this meal because they are brothers. So the higher chances of success rate when they walk around together. Look at the horns there. So he's eating by the neck. Buffaloes have tough necks, so I think that's why he's struggling there. You can see him pulling off. See, that seems like a very hard place. So he's turned around for a more softer place, or maybe to get a good grip. They have thick skin, so lions will sometimes have to tear around the skin. So the other lioness are just behind us here. So they've gone to shade, and I'm sure by the end of today, this meal will have gone halfway from what it is right now. So it's going to be an activity later if we have hyenas coming here. Look at those lions there. Picked a very nice place where there's shade, and of course not too far from the carcass. So at least if hyenas or vultures come in here, they will go and chase them off. Another thing is that they've also hid the carcass, because it's important to hide the carcass, because the vultures will attract the hyenas, and which I'm sure they'll not like it. Sometimes other clan members of hyenas will come from a different area. So sometimes if this area has a small clan, the clan might be overpowered by a bigger clan. So by hiding this carcass, it's also nice to protect, and so they're assured that they have enough to eat for about these 2, 3, 4 days. So he's changed his position now. I think he's got a very soft place where and there's lots of flesh there. So as you sit here waiting this lion to carry on eating, we're going to send you over to another safari vehicle.
appreciating the beautiful structures that birds make. We actually had a beautiful little fawn-coloured lark busy calling. It was really nice because it was so close and the call was so loud, and it's really easy to recognize. But beautiful little white-browed sparrow weaver nests, and once again within these thorny trees, obviously for a point of safety. You need to be really desperate to try and get out onto these thin branches which are laden with thorns. Just back to the question that was asked earlier that if birds' beaks break. If it does break, obviously the birds had a huge negative effect. Also, birds' beaks can also break because of they're not receiving the correct elements. So they might have a varied diet, or they're missing certain minerals and elements, and that would make that keratin beak also a bit weaker. But these birds over here, the white-browed sparrow weavers, using their beak quite a lot, well, solely actually, to create these beautiful, beautiful structures. And the entrance, these guys have gone out for the day, so I'm not disturbing anything. The entrance to this nest is right here. So the bird actually has to fly vertically like this. And think about that, the precision that that bird has to fly up with is quite incredible. Closing the wings and then basically grabbing on with the feet and then pulling itself up over here. And this over here, this end section is where the bird will be resting, where the eggs will be laid and where she will rear the chicks. Really incredible. Also, only one pair. Ooh, feather. Birds' nests are amazing. Birds' nesting behavior is amazing. So building a nest like this, nesting in natural tree cavities, and hence, imagine a bird nesting nearly a meter under the ground in rodent holes. There's certain bird species which we find in the interior of South Africa that can nest up to a meter under the ground. We know of the South African shelducks that use the abandoned aardvark hole. Birds are really well equipped and really clever at that sense. Nice little feather, snow white. Look how white that little thing is. Beautiful. This is like the belly section of the bird. I would say it's the white-browed sparrow weaver, it being in the same tree, and it being white, but really nice. And feathers like this we spoke about feathers yesterday, they're not only used for flight, but they're also used to make noise. Some birds use what they refer to as mechanical sound. So you've got vocalization, which obviously the bird will be using song to attract a mate, but some birds actually use their wings or their tail feathers to produce sounds, mechanical form of sound, which is incredible. So the variety and the uses of these beautiful structures is just endless. Really remarkable. But yeah, this would... How many birds would live in a nest of this size? This would be... So looking at this over here, this is a colony. This is quite a small colony. In a bigger tree like this, you could have up to nearly 8-9 nests within a tree, if not a little bit more. But in these nests, everybody has their own little sleeping spot, and you'll have one pair, an alpha male and female, which would be the only pair breeding. That'd be the largest as well out of the male and female section, and they would be the most aggressive. And that's the only pair that breed within this colony. But over here, these guys like their space, not like our social weavers that like to form that massive colony. These guys like a bit of space between each other. So typically a bird or a pair within a nest like this over here. It's not large enough to support multiple birds being the size. This white-browed sparrow weaver is quite a large bird as well. So fitting, 2 or 3 birds inside here will be quite a tight fit. And you need your space. You need your own space to feel comfortable and happy. So typically one bird per nest or a pair within a nest of this specific species. The little... scaly-feathered finch we'd find in the winter you would find maybe 4 or 5 birds. They cram themselves in there through the colder winter periods to exchange warmth and to keep warm through these frigid nights. but really remarkable. Oh, can you hear the call behind us here? There we go. Black-chested prenia, busy calling behind us. Very prominent bird, also found within Tswalu. Nice. Sounds lovely. Recognizing bird calls also a very, very important tool for birders and naturalists. Picking up on bird calls and recognizing them is a very efficient tool on how we get to find them. And it's really remarkable testing one's knowledge. Very lovely. So you can see this camel thorn and the ecological role that it plays. There's camel thorns. It is our most dominant tree species within Tswalu. And what they provide is incredible. From birds to insects, reptiles, enriching the soil for smaller plants around here, fixing nitrogen, all the valuable elements for multiple species across the board to survive. Really remarkable trees. And we can recognize them by the leaf structure, this leaf being broken up into many little leaflets, bipinnately compound, or we can look at the spines or thorns, we can look at the shape in which the tree grows, we can look at the beautiful bark, even the color green varies between species, and it's an easy tool to recognize. But leaves are basically the ID tags of trees. And then this stuff as well. This is obviously very, very important for the tree. This protects the tree. This outer layer is totally dead and is protecting this inner, what they refer to as the cambion layer that transports everything up and down. Remarkable.
We are following up on 7,000 vultures that are around this area here. Unfortunately, we have found nothing that has arrested the attentions of the vultures. And apparently they were around yesterday afternoon as well, but now seem to be even further spread than they were. And if we look up ahead there, you can see trees full of them, festooned with them. Love that word. Festooned with vultures. But there are trees all over here that are festooned with vultures, and so widely distributed that it's impossible to tell where on earth they're looking, if indeed it is anywhere. So most of them white-backed vultures, in fact all of those I think. And they were obviously around here yesterday, and I think they were more closely packed, but in a totally different area from where they are now. So what I suspect, and I might be wrong here, but what I suspect is that they found whatever it is that had killed something yesterday, whatever it was that had killed something, and they then sort of decided it wasn't worth it, or maybe they had a bite to eat and then gave up, and this is where they rested for the night. And now they're waiting for the heat to return. It's going to be a long time coming before they go off. So it's not necessarily that they are sitting in these trees looking at something to eat or waiting for a predator to leave a carcass. But there are a lot of them around. That's just one small group of trees. There are at least another 10 or so trees full of them like that. But, like I say, spread all over the place. Let's carry on down this way. Just head straight towards them. Yes, Meg and I agree. It does look like a very Halloween-y type of a scene. We'll just find our way back to the road, which is over here. And then we'll go back down, I think probably towards the dam near camp. Because that's where the initial kind of dissension of vultures took place. Oh.
How wonderful it is to see giraffes sparring. This is one of the social interactions that we see in giraffes. So the young males or young bulls will keep on head-butting, or we call that necking. Look at how they're swinging off their necks, standing side by side to get a good position and then swing their neck. And then they hit with the horns on each other. This is so interesting. As of course, when you encounter a big, large, mature bull, this is what they do for dominance. And when they come across females, they always fight. And the fight sometimes can be severe. These bulls can kill each other. Now, look at how tall the neck is. So these giraffes have a very big heart. I reckon about 12 to 14 kilograms. So the blood pressure is 2 or 3 times that of us humans. And the upper part of the neck has a network of specialized arteries that control blood pressure and ensures the brain always has enough blood. Look at how they swing their neck. So when they swing off their necks like that, they have neck arteries that have specially adapted valves that help to control the blood flow and blood pressure. So when the giraffe swings off his neck and bends it down, the valve will always hold on the blood, making sure that whenever he swings down, you see, in such a way, so the amount of blood that flows is still the same. So as soon as he bends the head down like that, making sure that the blood is still the same. For example, if he didn't have those kind of valves, then that means that whenever the giraffe bends, maybe sometimes when they're drinking or when they're swinging their necks like that, look at that one hanging his head down. So there would have been so much blood flowing all the way to the brain. So those capillaries and valves help that blood pressure. Interesting thing also, the blood pressure in their leg is very high. So the reason why they have thick skin on their legs. So it's reckoned that it works like the suits worn by astronauts. Can you imagine how these tall creatures have specially adopted with their long necks and long legs? Super, super cool. Now they're going back to feeding. So those play fight and interaction will help them in future, because mature bulls will always be walking by themselves, and sometimes they'll interact with herds. So they occupy big home ranges. Sometimes you see them mix up with all ages, young, old, females and males. I like the way the oxpeckers preen and clean off, taking off ticks from their body. I think he's coming back for a spar. Are you ready for a little fight? Not quite sure. Look at that tower, okay? He's decided to walk off. So one day in future, that kind of play fight will be so important. Who knows, one of them will be a top-ranking bull. Decided to walk off. Well, these two are not sure whether to carry on with their sparring or maybe to follow. I think these two are going for it, and they'll hang around here watching them, because it's so interesting how they swing off their necks. As we do that, I'll take you over to another safari vehicle.
So sticking to the riverbed has finally paid off. We've just managed to find that leopard. But he is in quite a difficult area. There we go. Nice view of his face. He's moving up and down quite a lot. He's just responding to noises that are happening around him. Oh, it looks like he might sit down. I think I might try reversing a bit. It looks like there could be a slightly decent gap. We were actually so fortunate. Just after we saw that owl, we were driving around and we saw tracks of this male. How's that, Owen? This probably is going to be the best gap. So we saw tracks of this male. We got off the vehicle and we spent some time walking. Those tracks were heading away from this drainage line, so we thought that our hope's just a little bit left. Owen? More left. Left. There we go. Through that spike thorn there. So we thought our hopes were slowly starting to diminish because he was just moving further and further away from the drainage line. And as we were driving in the riverbed, we managed to spot him in a tree. And he spent literally less than a minute in the tree, and he jumped down and he started chasing little spur fowls and button quails that we saw. And now it looks like he's starting to settle down. I mean, you can see that the grass is still quite wet and he's spending a lot of time cleaning himself. And just see the habitat that we're trying to view him in. So as soon as he gets up and moves, we lose him and we just have to sit and wait in a spot where we think that he might be coming. And then eventually he pops up again. But it's nice that he's lying down so we get to see him again. So 50, this is a leopard that we see around this area quite a lot, and he's still technically with his mother, and his mother is called the TRISHALA female. And so we actually haven't really named this male, but he is the offspring of the female that we call the TRISHALA female. So he's the young male. He does have a sister, which should be somewhere around here. I'm just going to start the vehicle up and move backwards, sorry. We do have another vehicle, Roan, who I'm sure all of the Wild Earth viewers know quite well, is here, and he's driving guests, so I'd just love for him to also get a view. There we go. So we still get to see him. And see that. Look at that very pink nose. So characteristic of a young leopard. And responding to a noise. So as we were waiting, actually, we did see a hyena that was in this area. And that hyena might have even picked up the scent of this young male leopard, and he's probably just following the scent to try and see if he can find the leopard and hopefully find some food. So nice. I mean, we were hoping that he was going to do this because he disappeared, and we had to wait for about 5 minutes or so, and we were lucky enough to spot him. And we so rewarded with this beautiful view of him. And just look at the whiskers. I mean, how long they are, and even his eyebrows are super long. You can see them sticking out on the right-hand side there. So this has probably been the best sighting, and we managed to find it in the last couple of days on Ngala. So we might carry on and let another vehicle come in and have a look.
This definitely isn't the best sighting we've had in the last couple of days, given that we've had a leopard and her cub yesterday, but it is something. It is a giraffe, and what's quite fun is that he's standing down in the riverbed, which means that his head is actually below us, which is an unusual state to find yourself in when faced with a giraffe, yes? Yes, exactly. Anyway, he's enjoying his breakfast. And this is a good place for us to be because if there is a predator close by, near there, all those vultures, chances are it'll come and have a drink, or will have come to have a drink at some stage. And we're very near the water nearest camp, the Djuma Dam. Oh, and there's a little nyala in the background. They're having a very peaceful time together. No, Vigel, and, you know, I fervently wish that the term Big Five would fall away from the human lexicon, but unfortunately it stubbornly persists as a result of travel agents who use it as a marketing or selling point, and destinations who say, well, we've got a Big Five reserve. The term Big Five refers to the animals that were most hunted and most desired and most dangerous animals to hunt back in the day when it was fashionable, although it still is in some bizarre circles, to come to Africa and blat big animals. So it was lion, leopard, buffalo, elephant, and rhino. Those were the Big Five. And so you can see that as far as photographic safaris goes, it's a ridiculously stupid term because it doesn't include such wonders as the animal you're looking at now, the giraffe, or cheetah, or wild dog, or any other magnificent creatures. And so we have this fixation with the Big Five that is perpetuated by what I think is it's a good marketing tool, and so it hasn't ever fallen away from usage. But it's actually a terrible term because it refers to these animals that were hunted. That's not the worst of it, because most people don't hunt them anymore. The worst of it is that it does exclude animals like this, and so reserves that have giraffe and cheetah and wild dog but don't necessarily have buffalo, for example, can't market themselves as Big Five reserves, and that really does dent their ability to attract tourists. And what I used to say, people used to say to me when I was a guide, they'd say, well, we'd sit down at tea and I'd dish out the coffee and cut a slice of cake for everybody and myself, and I'd say, well, tell me now, why did you come to Africa? What did you come here to see? And almost invariably the answer would be the Big Five. And I used to really struggle not to roll my eyes, not so much at the guests because they didn't know any better half the time, but the fact that they'd been sold this concept. And I'd say, so you mean you don't want to see wild dogs? Well, no, we'd like to see them. Are they not Big Five? No. You don't want to see cheetah? No, we definitely want to see cheetah. Are they not Big Five? No. And what about giraffes? You want to see giraffes? You definitely want to see the giraffe. But that must be the Big Five. No, it's not part of the Big Five. And so you painstakingly try and demyth those Big Five animals. I mean, many of you will know this because you've been watching these shows for a long time, and here we have a really interesting creature doing some interesting things, eating a black monkey thorn, and his entertainment value and biological interest compared with one buffalo bull lying in the mud or a lion fast asleep in the shade under a guarri bush is, I just think, infinitely more.
Making our way out west, cresting over the very first dune of many that are set out in the western section of Tswalu, Glenn and myself just were abruptly stopped in motion at the sheer beauty of the dune and the light at the moment. Look how splendid that is. The shapes that is created from the wind and the action of wind on these dunes is sometimes really remarkable. But looking at this beautiful pattern that you're seeing now, where should I get into? Glenn, over here. We're looking at this beautiful pattern now. One can have an understanding, let me go above it, of how the dunes look out in the west. So if I come over here quickly, and if you look at this over here, you can see that the wind has been blowing from right of the screen to left. And you can see the long axis. Look how this little ripple goes up to the top. This is the crest, and it goes down. And it goes up, and it goes down. So this format that you're seeing here is exactly how the dunes are set. The parallel dunes are set out in the western sections of Tswalu. Really beautiful. And you can see where the wind is coming from the long section of the dune being presented here. And it's got a short drop, and then it goes into the dune street. Long access to the crest, and then down into the dune street. The action of wind and how it moves soil is incredible. Wind is obviously a very important factor to move sediment, especially this light sediment that can move quite quickly. But wind can be such an abrasive force that it can actually shape trees. It's referred to as wind pruning. It's very prominent on the coastline of southern Africa, where wind is so abrasive it actually changes the shape. So now that you have that in mind, Glenn is going to show you how that is set out to the west. Look at this landscape. Breathtaking. So right in front of us, we have got these undulating parallel dunes that run far out west. And a very unique structure, because you have different elements, depending if you're on top of the dune crest or if you're in the dune street. You have different water levels, you have different accumulation of material, sediment, and that's where all these other little creatures, what is that, Glenn? Just hold on. So you have a lot of different variables depending where you are. Sorry, I just saw something very briefly. It's a black-backed jackal. My heart dropped. I thought it was an African wildcat. My heart is pounding out of my throat. I thought it was but a really spectacular landscape, and something that is constantly stimulating while we are out in this vastness. So in between the dune street, you'll have certain animals inhabiting. On the dune slope, you'll have certain animals inhabiting, and vegetation along with that. Certain plants only grow on top of dune crests. Some plants only grow in the dune streets. So it creates this unique habitat format that allows different species to survive.
Our giraffes are still going for it. They're still sparring. They're still determined. I'm wondering who's going to be the winner of the contest here. So this can go on for about even an hour. But it's not serious. But sometimes when it's a serious fight, two mature bulls coming together to a fight, it can take up to 2 days. I once saw two bulls fighting, and it went on for 2 days. So the victor knocked off his opponent by lifting up his front legs, and then he fell down. The giraffe that was laid down on the ground lay about 5 minutes, and when he woke up, interesting thing, he woke up to fight the victor who put him down, and then he escaped. He ran away like a horse. They're also very fast animals. They can sprint up to about 56 kilometers an hour. So despite them having the long legs, they can still run a very long distance. Look at those legs, how they splay. The one to the left is splaying his legs to get a firm foundation, firm grip, so that when he swings his neck, he will knock the other one down. A fully grown male giraffe can be about 5.6 meters. 5.6 meters. So, interesting. The bulls are always taller than the cows. See how he's positioned? They have to make their legs firm on the ground so that when you swing the neck to your opponent, you actually can't fall down. The reason why bulls have bald tips on their head is because of this. When they spar, when they fight, so from the young age like this, that continuous sparring and play fight will make the hairs on the tip of the horns wear out. And that is one of the things that we look of at a very long distance, how to sex giraffes, bulls from cows. You just easily look at the tip of the horns and you see that they don't have hair. I wonder what they're thinking in their mind right now. Anna Marie, thank you for your question. Do female giraffes ever fight? Not that they can't fight. It's not unusual to see them fighting, but yes, they can fight, but it's not always encountered. We don't always see them fighting, but sometimes just to push off other female giraffes within the herd, yes, they can fight, but you not always see them fighting. So this is always a social interaction. Sometimes you can see them, a male playing like this with a female, but then it's not always as interactive like this two bulls. Sometimes in this position where they are play fighting or necking, they can fall prey to lions. I've once watched young bulls when they were sparring like this, and then one of them got ambushed by a pride of lion, because look at what they're doing. They're not even concentrating on what's going on behind them, and that can be vulnerable for them. I think that one is grooming himself. Yeah, what was happening on your body there? Can I do a little groom to you? I think they're staring to this direction. Soon they'll follow the rest of the herd. I can hear the common reed frogs going on and on and on. Now oxpeckers have landed on his body there. Wants to pick some ticks there as this guy decides to walk towards us. I always admire how they walk. Super, super cool. Chesapeake, I would say it might happen. It can be killed when they're sparring, because, for example, if the giraffe is not firm enough and gets trampled or knocked over, sometimes they can die from a big fall, but not always on the sparring that they fight. I reckon only on the very big fights that they can die. But also this one sometimes can be a little bit fatal. Maybe if you're knocked behind the head, it can be at least fatal. So as these giraffes walk off to join the rest of the herd, I will carry on to find something else interesting. He's staring at us, not wanting us to go, I think. So I'm going to send you over to another safari vehicle as I carry on finding more game.
So we start still fortunate enough to be with this leopard, and he has been grooming and cleaning himself the whole time, and it looks like he's satisfied with the job that he's done. And so now the only thing to do for a young male leopard is to sit and rest and relax. And so he's just put his head down literally 2 minutes ago, and it seems like he might be just having a quick little nap. And see, I mean, he's facing away from us, so we're looking at his bottom half. And just look at where he is. So if he had moved 2 meters on either side in any direction, I think we would have lost him and not been able to find him again. And so we are very lucky this morning. I'm glad that the plan of sticking to the riverbeds has eventually paid off from yesterday afternoon, or yesterday morning, yesterday afternoon, and this morning. We might be doing a whole lot more of that until the reserve starts drying up again. So this is a spot where his mother tends to leave them a lot. And so he knows this area incredibly well. And I think that's why he's very comfortable and moving around and exploring the area close by. And if his mother's left him for a long period, he'll be up and moving constantly. Like I was saying, he was following the scent, or the noises at least, of a couple of birds that were maybe in total between the two of them weighed about 20 grams. These tiny little button quails. And so, I mean, even if he had caught one, it wouldn't have been anything more than a snack. So Ethan, you're 13 years old and asking about whether leopards stay together their whole lives. And Ethan, leopards, when they leave their mothers, which will be around 2.5 years old most of the time, they'll move away from one another and they won't be together. So the only time that you see leopards together is in a situation like this male leopard is in, where he's got a sibling, a sister who's exactly the same age. And so you'll see the mother, the sister, and the brother all together, right up until the point where the mother gets sick of them and she's wanting to start a different family. And so she'll chase both of them away from the territory. So another situation is when the females manage to chase them away and she's found a male that she wants to mate with, and you'll see them together. But that will only be about 5 days at a time. And so this male leopard at the moment he's phasing out, so he's spending less and less time with the mother.
Well, it's always nice to see leopards. They're so beautiful. But I have a surprise for you guys. Look what I just found. The migration is back. Yes, I'm at a place called Kilo 2 because the marsh was showing signs of not being productive. So me and Bungay decided to move further up and look at this, how wonderful it is. It is the 3rd of October and we have wildebeest and zebra everywhere. They're headed towards, the northern side. So I don't know how much longer we will have them here in the Mara, but it's kind of very late for them to be here. But I hope they're not listening. I hope they don't hear me say that, because it is very, very nice for them to stay longer. Definitely, most of them are males. I don't know if we'll see any females, and the young ones. A beautiful work there, Bungay. Look at that. Very busy, big bulls, very, very, healthy. I don't know when they crossed to this area, because yesterday there was a zero, wildebeest around this area. I used my binoculars and I couldn't see anything. But this is a very great surprise. The wildebeest migration, remember, it's an annual phenomenon that happens once a year, lasting about 3 months, where they stick around the Mara, milling around, moving, up and down, crossing the river, and utilizing all the tall grass we call Thamida triandra. It's the most palatable and also highly nutritious at this time of the year, as most of the females will come into season after eating this grass, and they mate. Also, we have a zebra, which is not unusual, but usually they're actually much ahead of everybody, but in between what we call the body, which is the largest amount of the wildebeest, you do see them. This is the Bachel's zebra that likes to eat the top part of the grass. Yes, this is, amazing. This is amazing, guys. Yes, remember to talk to us, #WildEarth. Question, comments, and tell a friend to watch us on YouTube live stream. This is coming straight from the Mara. They are headed, actually, their heads are pointing towards the Olololo escarpment. Is that Harris? Jumbo, you want to know if this is, the effect is caused by global warming? Well, it could be, because we've had lots of rain very late and very localized, and this has been confusing the wildebeest. They've been heading back towards the Serengeti and coming back. So it could be part of the global warming, but there has been records where they were seen very delayed sometimes back. So maybe we're getting back to that. Also, there is plenty of grass, so there wasn't any need for them, to get back to the Serengeti. And I think after the rains, they thought it is better to stay a little bit longer. When I look around this area, I can see maybe around 30,000, very spread out. They're spread out everywhere. Bungay will do his magic and you'll see how far they spread. The skies are beautiful. Look at that. Yeah, look at that. That is the scene I have live right here. All the trees you see there are called Ngoswa in Maasai, or desert date in English. They produce a small date that jackals, elephants, also small kids eat. Look at that. I hope somebody has been keeping count. This is what I'm seeing right now. They are spread out everywhere. And surprisingly, they were not there yesterday afternoon. So they must have arrived, late evening, and the whole night they have been traveling. Yeah, that's what is happening here. And that is the kind of landscape that I am, experiencing here. So beautiful. Look at this. Yes, I don't know how much longer they will stay. I don't know how much farther, they will head towards camp. You see all the way there, those little dots, they look like, little rocks. All those are wildebeest. It's such an amazing sight. So I don't know if they are going to head back towards the river. I don't know which direction they're going to take. They're going to head towards, Olololo gate. So it is going to be very interesting coming days for us here at Wild Earth in the Mara to, pick up and find out what is happening. Yeah, the zebras, they're coming and stopping by the road. Yeah, they love it because it's bare. I don't know if they're gonna do. They usually sometimes get the urge to have a dust bath once they get to a dry ground like that. Look at that one is scratching its nose. Yeah, very interesting. These are the Bachel's zebra. they do the annual migration also. They come in huge numbers. Yes, I'm talking about you guys. Yeah, these guys are not threatened or endangered in any way. They do very well, and zebras give birth almost every year. Yeah, an amazing adaptation of color. Yes, they see each zebra has got its own body pattern, and you can never, tell two apart. Some of them they have amazing patterns. Yes, what I'm going to do is get maybe slightly deeper to get a better feel of how it is inside there and which direction they're taking, while, I think one of our other guides entertains you a little bit more.
I'm astounded that there are more wildebeest in the Mara. That's really exciting. I'd love to see that herd. We've got various things going on here at the dam on the northeastern corner of Djuma. The first being a grey heron, which is lurking on the shoreline, looking for something delicious to eat, like a frog. And then we've got 3 of the world's most irritating hippos. And these incredibly irritating hippos were close by when we arrived, and they positioned themselves perfectly and then decided to move away and get behind the poles and be basically uncooperative as far as putting them on screen went. Anyway, there it is. Now, there are 4 of them there, and you will not believe what I've just seen. I've just seen another young one that seems to have not managed to learn that it should join the rest. And it's quite close by to us. How very strange. But we probably won't get a view of it because it's now hiding. No, there it is. So, look, can you see the movement of the under the water there? Paul, see the bubbles that are coming up there? It's now moving across and it's going to pop up. That's it, you got it. It's going to pop up there. I don't know how it got left behind where it was. There we are. It's done a whole little traverse of the waterhole. It must have been asleep or something when the others moved off. And now they're all hiding. The call you heard a little bit earlier, that is the water thickening. Here are a few black-headed orioles going. Kingfisher.
Okay, I copy you. I'll check in Pisikaya, the other ones have come there. Over there, over.
not hugely vulnerable. I mean, they are to a certain extent. Remember, they can't eat in the water, so as soon as they come out of the water, they're potentially vulnerable to things like lions and hyenas. But they're normally very close by to their mothers, who are extremely intimidating to lions and hyenas. And so, in general, no, they're pretty safe. They spend the day in the water sleeping. They go out at night with their mums, who will protect them from predators. On their own, when they had to come out of the water, yes, then they would be vulnerable, I suppose. But with the rest of the pod close by and a parent in close proximity, no, there would be no danger. There were reports of a leopard calling on the northeast corner of Djuma, and we'll head up there and see if we can find any sign.
Oh, that sounds very, very exciting. Over here, Tandy and her cub has gotten down from the tree. The cub dropped only half of the carcass. That absolutely elated the hyenas that were around, but they've all gone as well. So now she's on the ground, finishing off what's left of it. The cub is nearby too, very adventurous. Walked quite close by to us. Which is really, really nice. So we saw Swazi, Ribbon, and Ntima come round here, but all have moved off. She looks like she's doing that handkerchief trick that clowns do, especially when she takes it back out. It's basically skin and fur now. The head was dropped and Ntima got the head. And after that, everyone left. Elisa, you'd like to know if I think this will be Tandy's last cub? I actually don't think so. Obviously, we can't know. But I don't think so. She's in a really good condition. Yes, she's an older leopard, but she's in great condition. She doesn't have any injuries. She's a great huntress. I don't think this will be her last cub. Obviously, she'll have to raise this cub to independence before she can have another one. So we're looking at least another year and a half. For a year. But I don't think it's the last one, Elisa. I feel like she may have one more in her. Or I think maybe I hope so. That is a very tasty chew toy, because that is all she's getting from that. A bit of flavor, but I think that is it. Look at how long her whiskers are. When you see her front on, they kind of merge into the color of her body, but when you look at them from the side, they're so long. No, Master Tandy's cub is nowhere to be seen. He hides very well, as you can imagine. He's been playing around, but I think he's ducked behind on the other side of that ridge now. A little bit of teeth action there. I think she finally got a grip on what must be quite a slippery piece. Dixon, you'd like to know if sons stick around longer with their mums? It's generally about the same. There's not usually a big difference in the sex of the cub sticking around with mum longer. With a lot of animals, there is about a 6-month difference. Especially when it comes to maturity. Females tend to mature quicker than males do. That goes for us as well. I mean biological maturity. Though I'm sure you may have your opinions on other forms of maturity too. But biologically, females do mature quicker. Which is also why mums produce more calcium in their milk. Calcium and phosphorus ratio for daughters than for sons. Because our bone growth is quicker. Oh, finally got a piece in. Her lurching forward makes me think that it's a bit slimy. Peter, you'd like to know if leopards have menopause. They don't. That's why I was saying to you that it is likely that I hope that she'll have more cubs and that she will not stop reproducing as she gets older. She'll continue to be fertile. The only animals I can remember that have menopause are ourselves, orcas, short-finned pilot whales. I wonder if I'm missing one. But I'm sure that those 3 experience menopause. Menopause is not a very beneficial thing biologically. Why should an animal stop reproducing when the whole purpose is to continue reproducing and survive so that your species and your genes most especially can proliferate? So menopause is not particularly advantageous, but obviously there's a reason that people and those animals have it. We can discuss that in a bit.
Alrighty, while driving, felt a little something in the back of my neck and I grabbed this little guy out of my hair. Having long hair is not always the greatest thing. A very prominent insect that's found in this area, this little insect is a fly, yes. So it falls into the family group Diptera, and the specific species, this is a cattle louse fly. So within this very diverse group of ectoparasites, this is the ectoparasites, some of these species can be very host specific. I'm just holding it ever so slightly at the back over here so I don't hurt it, but I really want you guys to see it. A very amazing creature and commonly seen on a wide variety of antelope, from kudu, elands, and as well as wildebeest, and hence the name ectoparasite, or the terminology, sorry. They are found on these animals and they actually feed on the blood from these larger herbivores. You get some species that are very host specific. It's what they call an obligate ectoparasite. So the specific species only utilizing one host, and that is it. Some of the species found are within South Africa and might be around the world, host albatrosses, some of them swifts. But these species, the cattle lousefly, inhabit larger herbivores. So if Glenn can get, I think that's as close as you get on my fingernail, if you folks focus on its leg, look how its foot is split, and then you can see these tiny little hooks. Everything about this fly is designed to inhabit and move through the fur. So those tiny hooks are like grappling hooks to pull the insect through the the tough, wiry hair of antelope, and then look how it's dorsally and ventrally flattened, top and bottom flattened, so that it can move in between the fur and get to the skin. Found around the chest area or in between the hind legs, around the groin area where it's nice and warm, and also protected from various elements. This flower then will sit on the skin and then actually sap up blood. It's got a proboscis, you can see right in the front there, that will be used for its feeding. But a really amazing little insect and really easy to recognize. I mean, look at those colors. You can't really get mistaken with any other insect or flower within this area. Really nice to see. And then also the other day, I had a bit of broken speech when we were looking for those lions. It's because this is the flower responsible for attacking myself and Glenn. We were in a section where we had maybe 5 or 6 around us each. And if they sit on you, they can create quite a nasty little bite. Really interesting small creature. It's interesting small creatures like this over here that drive, ecosystems. We've got to be very grateful for the role that they play. Unfortunately, biting us sometimes, but that's obviously our thought process. They are doing what they need to do. Same as termites, same as ants, same as spiders. They have got a very important role within the ecosystem. So for now, we'll let him continue doing his thing. Please don't land on me again. 1, 2. Well, there he goes. Oh, he's on Glenn. Okay, I'll get it. There he's gone. Straight on to Glenn, and he wanted something else. So we're still moving through the western sections of the dune, and we're taking our time to look for something small and sneaky. Oh my word. Okay, let me get it.
Now here in the manor we have a big herd of buffaloes. I tell you, buffaloes are one of the most successful African mammals in terms of home range, habitat, and even mass. Look at this number. I think this is about 400 buffaloes here. You can see some of the cattle egrets there. We have lots of young bulls, mature bulls, cows, and calves. So this is a breeding herd. And sometimes these herds fluctuate depending on the social or environmental factors. See lots of oxpeckers there. So these herds move from one area to another in search of pasture and water. So they're not territorial. So they occupy what we call home ranges. So they move within those home ranges, walking through pasture and water. And sometimes when they get to a place where it's sufficient food, they will at least stay there for around 2-3 days and then carry on moving. Because we had wildebeest and zebras that came around this area, so lots of pasture has been depleted. And because of that, they keep on moving from one place to another. In this savanna, we have places where it's rained, so there's fresh grass. So as they walk through those areas, they get to enjoy the nutrient and the sweet fresh grass that has grown around that area. So within these herds, the young bulls always keep off the distance between them and the big bulls. So big bulls are always the ranking ones and the ones that are in total control. So they always keep their distance. So buffaloes mature for, I'd say, 3 to 4 years. That is for the males. Taylor, thank you for your question. How much did buffaloes weigh? I would say a big mature bull will weigh up to 800 to about 900 kilos. A cow can weigh up to about 700 to 750 kilos. Sometimes you find that there's some bulls who can exceed that weight and up to maybe 900 kilos, up to a ton. Those are big, big bulls. We have some very big bulls sometimes that we encounter here in the wild. But generally, about 800 kilos for a bull and about 700 for a cow. See those bulls staring at us. So in this herd, you find that on the edges of either in front, at the back, and either side, you find that there are bulls that will always guard these cows. And it seems like a very nice herd to watch, and I'm still going to hang around with them and see what they're up to. As we do that, let's send you over to another safari vehicle.
Yes, from buffalo to more wildies, or the white-bearded gnu, and looks like they are on the move. These guys can walk up to around 20 kilometers in a day, and this is what they are best at, walking, moving. And during this time when they walk like this, many of them, because of age, die of exhaustion. It's part of their life cycle to be walking, and if they're old and they use a very long path without water, then they get exhausted and pass away. It is evident. I have seen it. It has been seen, and it's part of how few die during this migration. Remember, it is a bit prolonged, the migration, because this time of the year we would have zero wildebeest here. But for some reason, I think influenced by global warming, we've been having rains here and there, and this has caused them to stay longer. It's going to be very interesting few weeks for me and Tim and my fellow guides all around the Mara to see what is gonna happen. Look at another line coming from that direction. Look at that. Yes, when you fly over the Mara, you will see lots of worn-out trucks. They look like snakes, or looks like a spider's web. These are made by these animals when they are running like this, because sometimes they walk on one line for very long, wearing it down and leaving it bare, so it looks like somebody has been weaving a web from when you fly up there. Those guys back there looks like they're really jolly. They are very happy. I don't know what has excited them. Maybe it is surviving through the night, which is very much welcome for most of them. Look at these guys. Yes, amazing. Looks like they're not following a line here. Looks like everybody is a leader. And they're all heading towards me, and I'm heading towards them, which means they're heading towards deeper, the Mara. And yeah, I'm very excited. I'm very, very delighted to see these guys. Look at the numbers. Unbelievable. I didn't expect this, and most of us actually would agree with me. Pam, Jumbo, you want to find out if it's bad or good that they haven't migrated. I don't think there's any harm for them to stay longer. The only problem is we have a mindset as humans, and so all the people traveling to see the carving, which happens in the plains near Olduvai Gorge, just below the Ngorongoro crater in southern Serengeti, might not see them, because if they get delayed here, they might drop their calves halfway there. That is the only problem. It is very good for me, but somebody traveling to Tanzania to see them in February when they give birth. And when I say they give birth, I have experienced it, and about 8,000 are born in a day. So everywhere you look, it's just, birth, a mother down giving birth, one just coming out, another trying to, to stand up, another struggling to, to run, another already, trying to drink. It's just an amazing sight. So that is what will be missed if they stay longer here. Of course, it's going to be amazing for me to tell you what is happening in the next few days, which means that will be delayed. Yeah, this is amazing, guys. I hope you're loving it, because these guys, just arrived, and you can tell they haven't stopped. They haven't stopped. They're still moving. Yeah, they're coming this way. This is, just, super. Yeah, I'm gonna move again slightly farther, see if the line continues. And as I do that, I don't know where we take you, but somewhere.
From the migrants to the Africa's or the world's largest bird, the ostrich. See him grazing there, very, very much relaxed. And I think he's kind of like on a breeding plumage. Look at how pale his legs and neck are. And also when you look at the feather, it's super dark and black. So most birds, when they get to the breeding plumage, especially males, they tend to be darker and brighter in color. Despite this ostrich mating around December, because around December, that is when we see them mating a lot, it's not unusual to see this kind of bird in the breeding plumage. Now, they eat grass and various other things. Sometimes you can see them even eating snakes, rodents, and to help them also digest, sometimes you see them eating small stones which get into the stomach, and then they eat that. Look at how they swallow. I like how food goes through the throat. Look at the part of the throat that is thick. So once that food goes there, the small stones that get into the crop also help in digestion. These are very, very fast birds. It can run up to about even 60 kilometers an hour. It's fast on two legs. Actually, the fastest on two legs, second from the cheetah. Of course, cheetahs run super fast. Look at how this ostrich is looking at us. Now, it's very interesting that being the largest bird in the world that doesn't fly, it has a very, very small brain. Actually, it's reckoned that the brain is smaller than its eyes. This is because the small brain cavity in the skull of the ostrich, and they also need bigger eyes for a field of vision to watch over for predators. So whenever he stops to look, they have a bigger field of vision. Look at how he's facing us, and then preening again. So you need to look attractive to the females. That's why they have that bright black, dark color when they are about to mate. So this is also to attract the females. So they walk a long distance, and they be sometimes on their own by themselves. And when it comes to a mate, then they'll mate. And then when these ostriches lay eggs, they help and take turns sitting on the eggs. So because of his dark feathers, the male ostrich take turn to sit on the eggs at night. And the females, because they have the gray, brownish feathers, they'll sit on the eggs during the day. Parental takes care of both the male and the female, watching over the chicks. And at around 1 year, before the chicks are around 1 year, they'll all be working together, protecting them. They're super, super aggressive. And they have that kind of kick, like karate-like kick. Joy, thank you so much for your question. is there a difference between a Maasai and a common ostrich? Joy, this is the common or Maasai ostrich. This is the most common ostrich here. So they named it Maasai ostrich because it ranges in Maasai land, so extending from Masai Mara all the way down to Serengeti. But then there's a difference in color and in this species, the Maasai or common ostrich, to the Somali ostrich, which is found north of Kenya across over the equator. So the difference in color is the common ostrich or Maasai ostrich has the pink neck and pink legs. The Somali ostrich rather has about bluish, kind of grayish neck and legs. So this is still the Maasai or the common ostrich. You can see over in the distance there's some wildebeest grazing. So as this ostrich carries on to feed, we're going to move on and find something else, because it seems like Thank you for your question. Yes, the ostrich will chase a person. I was once chased when I was about 10 years old. I was herding and then I came across a cluster of eggs. So I picked one. Little did you know, this guy was chasing me at a very high speed. I actually had to drop the eggs because if it were not for me dropping the egg, then I would have been in super, super danger. Yes, they can chase a person. So as this ostrich carries on to feed, we'll move on slowly, find something else in this beautiful savanna. There's some few herds of wildebeest across. So let's find out what these wildebeest are doing. It seems like a small herd as compared to what Isaac had before. So this herd has split up. I think they're all gathering, coming towards the river. This time around we've had a little bit of mixed confusion and herds grazing back and forth, back and forth. So I think this has split up from the big herd that Isaac had previously. So I'll just carry on to see if I can come across another big herd over in the distance. So as we do that, let's take you over to another safari vehicle.
Wonderful to see another herd across. That would be awesome. Good luck, Tim. Tandy's cub is busy exploring while she finishes up the leftovers. Can you hear her crunch? It's always so nice to see them make the sound. And down the hatch it goes. We were chatting about menopause, and we said Tandy doesn't experience menopause, and only few animals do. And I said, well, it's not beneficial to not be able to reproduce. You want to reproduce for as long as possible. Galapagos tortoises can reproduce into their hundreds. So that is most ideal from a biological evolutionary point of view. But the benefit of having experienced individuals that are not able to reproduce within your group is that studies have shown that grandchildren, that goes for humans, that goes for the shortfin for pilot whales, goes for the orca, grandchildren have a greater survival rate if there are these old experienced individuals in their group. It's called the grandmother hypothesis. Basically, if the older individual doesn't have their own young to take care of, they can assist with the care of their daughter's young. Here comes a little one. Hello, gorgeous. So nice to show yourself. Andrea, you'd like to know, why do leopards carry their food into the tree? Why do they hoist it? They hoist food to avoid it getting stolen from something else. So if they can hoist their kill, it means that hyenas can't get to it, lions can't get to it, wild dogs can't get to it. Now, while it is true that some lions will go up into a tree, we've seen it, they can't go very far up. So in areas where there's not a lot of pressure from competitors, they won't hoist their kills. But in areas like this, where there's lots of spotted hyena, they will hoist their kill as soon as they're able to. They're usually very tired when they've just made their kill. So they'll sit with it for a little bit, then they'll try to disembowel it to get some weight off, and then they'll hoist it. So beautiful. I don't know if you saw when the cub was behind her, she swung her tail quite widely. That would indicate to the cub, we know that that tail, or one of the theories of the tail color, is that it contrasts with the rest of the body. It works as a follow me sign for the cub. So she made that movement very obvious when the cub was behind her. Now she's hiding from us behind a clump of trees, so we're going to reverse and maybe just get a little gap so we can watch them some more.
Very strange little mound of soil, and something that is prominently seen through Tswalu and as well as through certain parts of southern Africa. The amount of soil that's pushed up over here is quite visible, and if Glenn goes a little bit further, we're going to see another one. Can anybody help me out on what could have made this? So the animal is obviously underground, would have been moving underground, and this is the soil that's been pushed up from the activity underground. They live in very extensive underground subterranean burrow systems. So this would be the animal moving from there, here, pushing up some soil, also from the excavation of tunnels underneath, and this would have been also a tunnel going under the ground to these ones over here. So looking at the structure of these, or especially when they're fresh, the thickness, a mole, nearly. It's not typically a mole, it's not typically a rat, but it's a mole rat. Very unique animal. And if I show you here, Glenn, you can punch in on that. That's what the animal is going to look like. Is that all right, Glenn? There we go. Obviously, we don't see them very often. They like they basically inhabit subterranean environments, so seeing them would only be every now and then when they're making their way across the terrestrial base. We find them. Mole rats, they are endemic to Africa, south of the Sahara. There is a few different species and inhabiting different parts of the country. Most of them make these characteristic mounds that we are seeing now in view. There's only one species that inhabits dunes that doesn't make these mound structures. Very complex little animals, very, very intelligent. And this specific species is the Damara mole rat. Very, very beautiful. The big incisors extending obviously past the mouth are characteristic of the animal. There's also a bit of structural difference in the head. That's why they're not in a group within rats. They are separate from rats. They're in their own unique family group. And very, very amazing that a colony of 16, I've read along the lines, 16, I'll take a look at the 16 individuals can dig about 1 kilometer of burrows, and they can push up about 2.5 tons of soil. And the little incisors would be a tool, so would be the feet. They're both specially adapted for this excavation activity. And what they're doing over here is that they are creating underground tunnels for residing, but also underground tunnels going to subterranean bulbs and roots that they feed on with those massive incisors that you saw over there now. These guys are very social, very complex social arrangement that one can find. We find these guys on the ground, normally in the cooler parts of the day. You can find them scurrying across the road. They've got tiny little beady eyes, so not great for viewing. It's for seeing or for viewing. They've got tiny little beady eyes, and then, like I said, the legs are short as well. They are specially adapted for subterranean lifestyle. Very, very nice to see. All right, so there was a question. Is it the same as a naked mole rat? A naked mole rat would be in a Laura, I'm going to have to get back to you on that one. Naked mole rat, I think, is in a different family group. I'm going to make a note of that, and because I'm not 100% sure, so I don't want to talk a bunch of garbage. So I'm going to look back on that, Laura, and then I'll get back to you on this afternoon. Just want to make 100% sure. Just something in my tummy is just not lining up with my mind. But just back onto this little guy. This is one of the most complex and the most social out of all the mole rats that we find in Africa. And this is an endemic species. South of the Sahara we find them, and really, really complex little animals. I mean, think about how well adapted you need to be underground all the time. So even the structure of the body is designed in a cylindrical form that the animal can make its way, through these little subterranean tunnels. And they feed a lot on these underground roots and bulbs. Especially after rains, we have a lot of these mounds emerging. Just go there to the left there for us, Glenn. There's just a few more over there that we can see close to the tree.
Now, our herds have decided to take a rest. They're just close to a water hole. I think they're contemplating on whether to go and have a drink or not, because sometimes you might find crocs in the water, but then it's too far from the water. But that does not tell us that there might not be a crocodile. I've once seen crocodile walking at night, migrating from the river to the mainland, where there was some pools. So they'll rest here. And if this water, because look at the big number, extending over to the plains, there's also some wildebeest there. So sometimes these mini water pools get dry, and these animals cannot live without water for up to 2 days. So they need to drink on a regular basis or a daily basis. Now the resting here will soon be effective. when they move off. See, some of the herds are already walking off, grazing somewhere under the tree there for some shade. So these nomads actually get attracted by rain, because when it rains outside, they'll come back. When it rains over the hills on the backdrop there, or the lower escarpment that extends all the way over to Tanzania, you'll see them moving over to that side. So 2 days ago, this area was deserted. It was all clear. We had no herds around here. Now today we woke up into this. So we're wondering whether it will carry on, because this is towards the end of their stay here. Because they're always here in the Mara from about mid-July to end of September, or sometimes October. So could be this time they might extend to maybe mid-October, who knows. So we have young calves here. Some of these have already mated, and in about 8 months from now, they will have reached southern Serengeti, where they'll go to calve. They utilize this grass here, so whenever they're here, they cut off the grass, and this gives a good cycle, because after the 2 cycles of rains that we experience in the Mara, the long rains and the short rains, so there's always tall grass around this area. So when these herds come here, they come to feed and also breed, because as we come to see them, they always mate. Helen, thank you for your question. The river is not as high because we've not experienced a lot of rain in the upstream, or maybe the source of the river. But within these plains, we've also experienced some rain. So this is totally a different area from where the river source is. So the river is still not as full as compared to during the rainy season. That is we have the 2 rainy seasons, November to December, and then the long rains from end of February through May. So the river is still not as full. I like the way they stare. You almost think like they don't have eyes, how dark their faces are. So because there's not much of an activity here, I'll leave them to settle and to rest as we take you over to another safari vehicle.
Yes, with the wildebeest and with them arriving and coming back, definitely the scavengers have to follow. And this is what we just found. A nice flock of mixed scavengers, from the marabou stock to the leopard-faced vulture, African white-back vulture, and Ruppel's griffon. They are all here. These are 4 of the iconic, scavengers that travel in between the Serengeti and Masai Mara during this time of plenty, making sure that the leftovers from all the predators doesn't go to waste. Usually they will fly, perch somewhere with a good view, with the capability of seeing for more than 10 kilometers. They are able to pinpoint no stagnant movement or no movement at all, or death, and with that they can fly in, land, and feed on the carcass. Also, they have amazing eyesight and smell. They'll pick up carcasses left by lions and hyenas, fly down to utilize them. All of these guys, you can tell, have had their share, but the guy, I think it's the 3rd one from the right, you can tell that he's doing something. His head is down and his haunches, every now and then you can see the beak and the head. Yeah, there he's pulling, so it means he's feeding on the carcass. There are 2 of them actually. I didn't get the name, but you say it's the Vulture Party. Yes, actually, I call it a Vulture's restaurant. Yes, and these guys utilize all the leftovers from intestines, yuck. Yes, you might say so. You know, tendons, muscles, they will eat all that. The marabou stock, who is the guy, the tallest one there with the most lethal beak, you see it, you know, is not capable of cutting meat. So he usually sticks very close to the carcass, and while the other guys are fighting to get hold of a chunk that has fallen, you know, his intimidating beak allows him to penetrate and pick it up and swallow it whole. So he's usually there, but utilizes those chances that the others can't, you know, with the intimidating beak. All these guys are, remember, they are endangered, and the main cause is poisoning. Yes, poisoning, and without them, we would have lots of rotting meat everywhere here. So I hope, you know, something can be done, and although somebody is doing something somewhere, but just to take note that, you know, they are very important, but very threatened. You know, during the time of migration, we see hundreds of thousands of them in different places. Like right here, I have maybe 20, but by the end of the day, I'm sure I will see more. I'm gonna leave to a different location, try and find more wildebeest or gnu, while, you know, we take you to another location.
These two are mobile. Oh, it's so lovely to watch them walk side by side. He's so big. Soon he will be the size of Mum. Not soon, but I give him a couple months. Off he's gone. Let's get a little bit closer. They were drinking from the little puddles. Which is very nice. So they're moving south at the moment on Twin Dams Road. Can you hear the mud? There they are. I love how she gives him a scolding every now and then. A quick snarl to keep his tail in line. Little chunky little guy. I think they might take Twin Dams Road all the way to the south, but then I'd like to see what they do, where they go. I'd like to follow them as long as we can. Chemistry, sir. You'd like to know how much weight can a leopard carry up into a tree? Its own weight. It can carry its own weight plus a little bit more, but at least half of its weight. At least. So we need them to get on to follow the road, because we can't off-road in this kind of weather. Everything's really muddy, everything's really sticky, and we can actually cause some damage to the environment. So we will not off-road, and I'm hoping that they will stick onto the road and follow them as long as possible.
about that disappearance from wherever you were before. We're on Chitwa in a state of slight frustration because just over here, not far from where we are driving now, is a leopardess called Tswalu and her two babies. But we are not allowed to go to the right of the road that we are now driving next on. So we've just been patiently waiting to find out if she was going to come this way. And so far it would seem that she is not. She is what they call lalapansi, which means she's lying down. And I did just want to show you quickly. Is this plant, a very common plant in the area, Cissus cornifolia, Bushman's grape, beastly smelling thing, also known in Po as the pertapus. And for those of you who don't speak Afrikaans, that is the horse's urine plant. And it actually makes a very nice berry, but you have to eat it when it's just ripe. Otherwise it's disgusting. All right, that it is. Cissus cornifolia, Bushman's grape, or horse's urine. On we go. Was that exciting, and Paul? Most exciting sighting we've had today, after our elephants and vulture, of course. I'll turn around up here and go back the way. I thought we might be lucky and she'd pop across this way, but thus far on that score.
Look at this plain, how deserted it is. Short grass, so the zebras and wildebeest pass through this area. So we're carrying on to see if the big herds are beyond that hill over there. And sometimes we might find these plains inhabited with cheetahs and even other predators. So as we're driving, I'm keenly looking for the fastest land mammal, the cheetah. See lots of herds here. So because it's getting hot, cheetahs also prefer hunting during the day. So it's going to be interesting if we come across a cheetah or maybe lions, because the herds have moved back. So it's going to be an activity for lions to go out for a kill, especially at the water holes. So it's the reason why I've come this far to check out on what's happening. You can see some zebras at the water hole and also wildebeest. So let's see if they're drinking or not. So we're here at the water hole, but no one is showing any interest. But as we do wait for them, let's send you over to another safari vehicle.
Well, from zebras to wildebeest. Yes, these are very different from the ones we showed you earlier. And believe me, it's very true, because I have driven for a little bit and there was a very big gap in between from where I last stopped to show you some to here. And here you can tell I have young ones. You can see there's some guys with very pointy horns, and These guys have made their first annual migration. They have arrived here. They will be delayed to go back, of which already most of their moms are carrying a young one. So by the time they get there, they'll be weaned. They're already feeding on plenty of grass. They're able to outrun most predators, so they're very safe. Yeah, those ones there, you can tell they're males. They usually have a thicker build, bigger body. Body weight of a wildebeest can be from 250 to 300, kilograms. So they're quite heavy. Yeah, yeah, they're very, very heavy build and very different from the females. These ones here looks like they have been, walking most of the night, and now it's a time to earn a much needed rest. Look at this area, slightly drier, and this is how it looks most of the year after the rains. It does look very dry, unlike the marshy area. But still, the grass you see can be utilized because all the nutrients haven't been lost. Yeah, there's a bit of movement here. There's a few that are heading to the right. Yeah, on the backdrop there you see is the Olololo Syria escarpment, which is one of the boundaries, separating human habitated areas, and the conservancy stretches, a long way from northern Mara all the way to the Serengeti, about maybe 100 to 150 kilometers. So it's a very long escarpment. Some areas it differs, can be 100 meters to 400 meters. Yes, it can be 100 to 400 meters in height. These guys around here looks like they're very scattered, very spread out, which means there might not be movement. Usually we detect movement when they form smaller groups. Yes, I'm gonna move on and see if I can find more further up. And as I do that, we take you to another live location.
Our luck is really, really on point this morning. We've got this male lion who's very conveniently decided to lie right in the middle of the road. And so a few of the vehicles were out and about. Barney, Roan, and another ranger called Rule were spending most of their morning tracking this male. And he walked from the riverbed all the way up to this area where we are now, and we're right on a water hole. And see, so this is the dam wall, and then if we pan off to the right-hand side, we've got a very large water hole to the right of us. And we've been here for about 5 minutes or so. He hasn't moved a muscle. So he must have been moving. I mean, where he was, we first saw the tracks, was very far from here. So he must have walked a huge distance last night. He's on this wall, he's facing into the wind, so he's just cooling himself down. See, he's hardly even panting. He's breathing so softly. And just look at the size of his paws. He's a huge male. His paws are ginormous. But also, if you have a very close look there, now that we're there, see there's a couple of different spots on his paws. So he looks like he's a young male. And if we pan up to his face, see there are not very many scars. There are stars starting to form, especially on the bridge of his nose over there. And then if we look at his mane, it doesn't look like it's fully developed, so especially in between his ears. So he's got that mohawk, and then that piece of mane between the middle of his head towards his ears needs to fill out a lot more. And so looking at all of those different signs, if I were to try and age him, I'd put him at probably around 4 years old or so. But potentially, maybe 3.5, 4 years old. Which means that he's probably been chased away by his pride. Within this area, we do get a pride, and we have seen a young male with the pride before. And so it could be a very similar situation to that other pride of lions that we see a lot, and that young male where he's basically being forced into independence by the dominant males. And so he'll be spending a lot of time by himself doing this, resting up and moving when he feels that he might be threatened, if there's dominant males that are in the area, or if he maybe hears his maternal pride, he might get up and try and follow them and track them down to see if they will tolerate him and give him and spare him a meal. And see, I mean, he hasn't really bothered to even look at us this morning, so he's completely dreamy. We might see if he decides to pick up his head. If he doesn't in the next 10 minutes or so, then I think we might carry on with our game drive to see if we can find anything else.
Oh, that is normal behavior from lions. They like to lie. Beautiful little feeding site here. We just saw it while we were busy making our way further out west. A feeding site here of a porcupine, and we can see we can definitely see it's a porcupine. Here's another little clue we have. Look at that. Beautiful quill from a porcupine. And what drew our attention first and foremost was this little cavity that's being created. We can see it's a porcupine even without the quill being here, from the little claw or thin, narrow claw-like marks that have been created inside here, and then as well as there's a bit of a feeding site there, or feeding point. These rodents are in heavy search under the cover of darkness for roots and bulbs that they would use their overgrown incisors to gnaw through roots such as this over here. And some plants that are even toxic they can consume with no worry whatsoever. Same as the mole rat. Back on the question that is the naked mole rat related to the damara? It's a very good chance they are in the same family group, but when it comes to common names, it's always very tricky. That might have the terminology mole rat, but it might be slightly different, so it might be in a different group. But I'm still going to clarify 110% a little bit later, but I'm almost 95% sure they will be in the same family group, damara and as well as the naked mole rat. But nice feeding site, beautiful quill. So those mole rats are also able to consume toxic plants that would otherwise be detrimentally affecting other organisms. But a beautiful, beautiful sight. I mean, seeing this structure is just magnificent. Let me hold it here for you, Glenn. Look at that. Obviously the pointy end, boop, boop, there, and then the bottom end over here. This is where it would actually be embedded into the top layer, or the epidermis of the animal, just like that. Big folklore that they shoot them out. They don't shoot them out. These dislodge randomly at different points of throughout the porcupine's life, but the way and how they dislodge out the skin is when they've been impaled into something. So the animal is able to erect around about 500 quills found on a porcupine's body, so they're able to manipulate the movement of all these quills. And what the animal will do, if there's a threat, I'm just going to walk away from you, Glenn. If there's a big threat, what they'll do is erect the quills. They would then project the quills towards the threat and then quickly reverse. And then once that quick reverse has found a marking point, that then is lodged into the animal and then dislodges from the porcupine. It doesn't seem like a vicious and heavy deterrence in the beginning, but once this is inside the animal, once that is inside there, it actually creates a bit of a lodging effect. And what happens later is infection, especially secondary infection. Once this is lodged, I've seen leopards with them up their noses, lions within their mouth. It's a big deterring property now once it's obviously lodged in an animal. They are super beautiful. Me as a kid fishing, I used to use this as a float. So make a little incision around over here, tie my line around, and my hook would be there. And then once I throw the line in, this would actually float, just like that. And when the fish yanks at it, boom, it'll actually pull this little quill down. Beautiful, beautiful structure. And when you see a porcupine, mainly active under the cover of darkness, you can find them in winter periods basking outside the burrow or maybe under a tree close to the extensive underground burrow system. And it is such a beautiful and striking quill. Black, white, typical of a color.
So we've come into the plains here, and it seems like we've come across 3 very big lions. So there's one walking out, actually maybe trying to go find some shade. And these guys, I don't know who they are, but it's so interesting to see them. Look at how big that guy is. Very big mane, despite we have wildebeest up in the area. So they're actually at their comfort zone, so they're not afraid of these lions. So if these 3 get a chance of maybe opportunity arises, then definitely they go after a kill. So that's the 3rd one there. Look at the waterbug coming to investigate. So all the animals, they are alert. So they have that what you call the comfort zone. They have their sight. So if the lion tries to walk toward, they keep on backing off. So there's no way these lions can surprise any of those animals there. Yeah, this other lion looks staring at his brother Kobe. I think they look like they are walking from somewhere. Wow, I like his mane. Super big mane. In comparison to the lions that we've been seeing around here, this has the biggest mane. Wow, the yawn there. Seems like he wants to follow the brother. He's watching over as the waterbuck is running. Look at his mane being blown by wind. How handsome he is. So I would say this is not their territory, as they have positioned themselves strategically and they seem like they're walking over. Maybe if they come across one male that we saw 2 days earlier, and even the ones that we've seen this morning, thank you for your comment. Thank you. So if these 3 guys come across the youngsters that we saw this morning by the buffalo kill, then they'll definitely fight them over. But it's a long way, but I'm sure they can traverse over to that place where we were this morning. Now this is how males take over. So those 3 lions that we saw eating the buffalo this morning will one time be the same size as these guys. So being 3 of them, I'm sure they dispersed off from their family, from their pride, and became nomadic or marauding lions, as we call them sometimes, because they become scavengers before they become prime members. And if they've not yet established their territory, they'll be walking over from territory to territory and find a place where they have a weaker male where they can fight him off and conquer the entire pride. So these 3 things seems like they're on a mission here. And it will be interesting to see how far they will get. They look super healthy, so it seems like they've been hunting on their own. Sometimes these 3 they'll pick up buffaloes, because if they come across a dagger boy, then they'll definitely go after it. Even though sometimes we say lions don't hunt, so these 3 have not females around them, so they need to hunt on their own. And sometimes if they walk through these territories and they come across lionesses, they will fight them off or chase them off their their kill as they carry on their mission. I've seen him marking his territory there. Sometimes when they walk into these territories, they will urinate, and that will leave a scent trail, and that is sometimes how they'll come to extend and maybe conquer that territory. So if the pride male comes here and get that scent, you'll definitely know they're intruders. And sometimes, because these are three, when they roam at night, the dominant male in this area will actually fear off and walk away if he can't fight them. Look at this guy, he seems so exhausted. Wow, look at that shake. Nice one. This looks so interesting. I'm going to stay around with them. So as we hang around with these lions, let's take you over to another safari vehicle.
Well, we have more herds for you guys, and I hope you're still there and enjoying this live coverage, a live safari from the Masai Mara. This is another area that I moved to, and there is more herds. Look at this. Amazing. Beautiful. I don't know what is the term I'm gonna use, but definitely you can tell that the grass is very dry here, and this has to force them to leave this area once they've had their fill, for a drink. All those guys loping over there and pretending to fight are males full of testosterone, trying to lure and mate with all the females, in estrus. Look at these, hundreds and thousands. They're just everywhere, and it is a rather interesting DG Jumbo, you want to know if during the night animals continue walking? It differs from one herd to another. There are some herds that are, spread out. They reach an area and then they spread out, which means they're ready to stay in an area for grazing, maybe for a day or two. But if they have formed a small crowd and sort of like what you see there, but even tighter, then it means they will want space, and by trying to find space, they move. But it differs. They can be moving. If it's an area that's dangerous, there are too many of them, there is nothing to eat, they have utilized all the water and the grass, they will move. If it's an area like this that is wide open, they might leave an area that they think there is lions to go to, a much more open area. So it differs from one herd to the other. That girl looks very, very full. Look at her. And her coat looks like she's very, very healthy. It's one way of telling, how an animal is health-wise. So look at, the coat is almost shiny. This is the white bearded gnu, an animal that outnumbers all the animals during the annual migration, amounting to around 1.5 million. Accompanied by the zebra, makes it to around 2 million. Then there is other animals that make up to around 3 million. That is eland, Thompson's gazelle, topi, and many more. These are Be Everest. Hello. You want to know if they'll travel in herds or separate? Yes, it is both. You might see one that overslept, and so he's all alone in the plains, running like he's lost, trying to catch up. Usually the scent of the ones that have led is very strong, and they're able to track it. And so you see one running like, he's very lost, which is usually the term we use here, but usually they know where they're going. And sometimes you find, long lines of up to even 2 miles non-stop of one following the other. We did see that earlier this morning. And in some places, they just have they're in a line of around 100 and all heading in the same direction. So it's both. You might see herds, you might see single ones, you might see tens, you might see hundreds. So it is different herds everywhere. Look at these guys. It's such a wonderful sight. I'm so grateful that I get to share this with you. Hope you're enjoying this. This one standing like that, sometimes they do that and then they're joined by others. It looks like there is nothing going on in their brains, but soon after they decide to start moving, go towards the shade, or even find water because they get too hot, and actually already it's getting very, very warm. There's a few that are resting. Could be that maybe last night they walked long distances. Virgil Jumbo, you want to know if the buffalo migrate with this wildebeest? No. The reason the wildebeest or these animals migrate is in search of, grazing land. It might be everywhere, as you see, but the demand to feed every tummy forces them to move from one area to the other. Wherever is left, it's utilized by other grazers. Buffaloes don't need to travel these long distances. They only can do about maybe 3 kilometers in a day, and you'll find them in areas that is always with this kind of habitat. There is grass throughout, there is water. Buffalo is a water-dependent animal. It needs to drink every day. Unlike these guys, they can go 3 to 4 days without drinking. If buffaloes did that, then definitely they'll get exhausted. Many of them will die of exhaustion, and also they will be very separated. But they just need an area with enough grass, water, which is, very, very available here in the Mara. So they don't migrate, Virgil. Look at that. It's a beautiful scene. Blue skies means it's going to be a very, very, very hot day later on, which is very welcome because the last weeks there was lots and lots and lots of rain. So this is very welcome, for also the grass to really grow. I'm going to move on to another location, and while I do that, let's see what's happening somewhere else.
Tandy has taught her little cub very well, and they've both given us a slip in the Mulwati, or one of the tributary drainages. I thought we had a nice morning with her, so we can let her be. Now we have a gorgeous Batelia. I love these birds. Very few things I can say are my favorites, because I love so many things, but I think Batelias are my favorite eagles. They look quite haunting, like they've got their Halloween costumes ready for the end of the month. I love their coattails as well. Nice and fluffed up to keep themselves warm. We'll shake every now and then to get the rain off of them, the water off of them. It started to rain a little bit more. Oh, they're lovely. as the wind pushes the feathers on the head back, you can actually see browner, lighter feathers underneath, closer to the body, that are more down-like to keep them warm. Well, they'd also be waiting for a bit of warmth so that they can get up into the air. AVP, you say, very beautiful indeed. I like them so much. I always say if Dracula kept birds, it would be the Battlia. Just for the look, they don't suck blood though. So cool. I think this year I'm going to dress up as a Battlia for Halloween. Just watching the environment around them. Can you imagine what they see? So they have brilliant eyesight, like with most predatory birds. There's those lighter feathers. Just lovely. Miguel, you'd like to know how big is this bird? It's about 2.2 kgs. So it's not massive. If you compare that to other birds, vultures, for example, the white-backed vulture, which is actually not too far from us. There's one at the back somewhere, also waiting for the earth to warm up so they can find a thermal. Those guys are about 5 kgs. But compared to other eagles, the martial eagle is about 4 kgs. That's a large one that we get here. So this one's about half its weight. But if we look at the Wahlberg's eagle, that one's only about 1 kg. So it's double the size of a Wahlberg's and half the size of a Marshall.
All right, we've got a beautiful tower of giraffe. I'm just readjusting the vehicle because we saw something really funny. There was one giraffe on the other side of this dune, and it was literally maybe about a half a meter of its neck and then its head staring at us over the dune. But what a beautiful sight that is. Lovely, lovely. Good morning, giraffe. Good morning. So there's one or two females here and a young. And the far right hand side is a big bull. Those are young females that you're looking at there now. You can see the tufts of hair on the ossicones. There's no hairy belly button. Also a female on the right hand side. What a beautiful sight that is. Wow. A young female and an older female on the left. And then could you get maybe this big male in here for us, Glenn? And then to the far right hand side, this big male coming closer and closer. Looks like he's interested to come and say hello to the ladies. Lucky for him, there's no competition in the area. You guys would have seen that necking behavior a little bit earlier. Really remarkable way in which these animals fight and can become really aggressive. And those two projections or ossicones coming to important play. Busy ruminating. Oh, lovely. They're just amazing creatures to look at. Everybody loves giraffe. Everybody comes to Africa, or even South Africans, everybody's just in awe about these animals, the unique morphological structure. And we've now only recently started to understand the dire straits that some giraffe are in. You get a couple of different subspecies occurring on the continent of Africa, and some of these species are under a little bit of threat, so conserving and protecting them is very, very important. and also research. So here at Tswalu, we do a lot of research. So Tswalu drives research fairly strongly. I would like to say actually with an iron fist. Research is extremely important because the more we understand, the better we can protect. And in this day and age, protection and preservation is a very important part in how future generations are going to be able to see animals as elegant and as unique as this. The ladies now have moved off and he's decided, I need to go see where they're going. Look at that. Godfrey, wow. Another question I'm going to have to get back to you on. How many dark patches are found on a giraffe? I honestly do not, there we go. I honestly do not know how many dark patches will be on a giraffe. It would be unique to each individual. The pattern is unique to each individual giraffe. But a rough ballpark figure, I wouldn't even know where to start. Maybe somebody can help us out there. If not, then I'm definitely going to put that in my little notebook, and then just like that mole rat question, that's what guides thrive on, is in constant drive and stimulation to drive our knowledge further. Because, guides, after a time, you do get complacent with general questions, but it's other questions from other people. Everybody's mind ticks on a different level. And it's questions like that which are really stimulating for guides such as myself, because it enriches us. So thank you, Godfrey. And then the previous question of the mole rat, thank you so much for asking questions like that, because it really does make us better. And it gives us a great understanding, and we share this knowledge and understanding together. But I will get a rough ballpark figure for you, and then it's going down the stairs. And then I will get a rough ballpark figure on how many patches a giraffe will have on its body. Those patches are obviously very unique. Around that patch of, some scars there, that will more than likely be from fighting. But we'll get back onto that question shortly.
So we've come from one giraffe to another. And this one is quite unusual in the fact that we don't really see giraffe lying down like this very often. And so to see it like this is something we don't see every day at all. And see how it's folded its legs underneath it, but its head stays upright. And at the moment you can see it's chewing. And so it looks like she's just rested. It looks like a young male actually is just having a rest. And I think he's feeling quite secure for a number of reasons. He's out in the open, so he's got the opportunity to spot any potential danger. And there's lots of other giraffe around here. So as soon as he picks up the funny behavior of other giraffe who might be concerned, he might decide to get up. So at the moment he's chewing and just ruminating everything that he's been feeding and getting into his stomach for the last few hours. Hana giraffes will stay still when they're giving birth. I was actually fortunate enough when I was still at Phinda Private Game Reserve. I was there about 4 years ago, and I was lucky enough to watch a giraffe give birth. And she stood still, and she was still the whole experience. I think if she were to be walking, it would just make it a lot trickier for the youngster. So when she gave birth, she had to spread her back legs and squeeze it out. It was a massive thing, that a young giraffe. And so it fell down, and then she turned around and actually started licking the embryonic sac off of the giraffe, and slowly but surely helped it to its feet. So that whole process took about half an hour for her to give birth, somewhere around there. And then another hour and an hour and 15 minutes or so for her to actually get the youngster to stand up before it started drinking. So they'll definitely stand still when they're giving birth. But they do so standing up. They don't give birth lying down like the one we see here. This bird calling is a red-crested koran. Jean, look, I think I doubt whether giraffes get sore throats. You know, they have got very, very strong muscles. So you see this one's constantly chewing. And if it stops chewing for a moment, we might actually... So watch now, look at the throat. Carefully, boom. I don't know if you saw that. So that was it bringing its cud ball back up. And so it needs very strong muscles for it to do so. I mean, it's a very long neck. And so I doubt that they've got sore throats because they need to ruminate and bring that cud ball up continuously, basically. So I'm sure those muscles are very used to the fact that they need to work continuously. And this one's very content. I mean, he's watching us, not feeling threatened at all. And we at a long enough distance where, you know, if we were to surprise him on the road, he would feel a bit vulnerable and he would have to get up. So the way that they get up is they put pressure down on their front legs and they get up with their back legs and then they bring their front legs forward. And you see how alert he is. He's just responded to some birds that were making an alarm call. They got flushed and he went across to make sure that he wasn't a sitting duck or a sitting giraffe, and he's obviously felt that there is no threat.
From the tallest land mammal to our migrants, seems like they're stampeding towards the south where they'll be joining other herds. Look at how fast these wildebeest are running. Wow, that's a long run. So wildebeest are one of the fastest antelopes. I think because they've walked around, I'll just turn around and so that you can get to see how these herds are in big numbers. Look at that. They are all running to come join these herds here. They are in big numbers. So farther in the horizon, that's where we see Serengeti. You can see those rolling hills and the flat mountain there looks like a table. That's way over in Serengeti. So these herds will be walking further that direction. So all in total, they make about, say, 3,500 kilometers to about 4,000 kilometers from Serengeti to Masai Mara here in Kenya. But they also go further down to the south, a place called Ndutu area, where they'll be there around January and start calving in February or March. Seems like there's a little stream not far from here, and they're all headed that direction. See, most of them now, they're not grazing, they're actually lazily walking towards the stream. It's that time of the day that they need to drink. I can see some others running, chasing one another. So those are bulls actually chasing other bulls from their little herds. Some have decided to walk. Kyle, thank you for your question. Yes, those running wildebeest trigger others to run as well, because some of them are not sure what the running ones are running from, because they might be, because look at this number, sometimes they might be running off from a predator, so it triggers them to run as well. So they'll be walking slowly to join the bigger herds that are about 2 kilometers from here. This is super interesting when you get to see this. So in about a month's time, this area will be deserted. It will be flat. No plains game will be here. In this area, come around February, March, there will be tall grass. And by the time these wildebeest are back here again, they'll be covered in the tall grass. So they do a good job when they come and graze on this red dot grass. Because of the sun, see them lowering their heads down because it's too hot, the direction they're heading. Descendant of Grace, thank you so much for your question. Will wildebeest and zebra fight over space? I would say no. Both species are herbivores. And sometimes when your species clash, they also sometimes fight because of food. Look at this space. There's lots and lots of grass. It's an open, wide space where there's plenty to graze. So they'll not fight over that space. So I would say interspecies fights, so zebra and zebra, and wildebeest. Sometimes you might see them chasing one another, but it's not like a typical hard fight. So they don't fight because there's no competition over anything. So they also mix up, which comes in handy because of security. The zebras and the wildebeest mixing together comes in very handy. Seems like they've walked a long distance. We will turn back and drive to a different destination, see if we can see some of them drinking, because it's that time of the day when most animals will gather at water points to drink. Remember, we're coming to you live, #WildEarth, kids question at wildearth.tv, at the YouTube comment section at FC. We're also coming from 6 different locations. We're going to send you over to one of the safari vehicles.
Here we have a drongo. I'm being very quiet and pretending like I can't see it, but you guys can see it. So it doesn't fly away. It's really close to the vehicle, so that's nice. Even if it is a bird that we see often, it's always nice to get a good close look. Look how black it is. It's so beautiful. It's hanging about here because there's some impala that are busy ruminating. It's looking for the insects they'll kick up as they move along. Do you see something? Birds always look so alert. Always something to be found, something getting its attention. Now it's looking at the impalas. Sahana, you want to know how we can tell the gender of the drongo? It's very difficult because both the sexes look alike. So they look exactly the same. The female is a little larger than the male. Also, if we look at the fork, the female's fork, you see at the bottom of the tail there, is a little shallower than the male's. But unless you have both of them next to each other, it's very, very difficult to tell. Oh, off it goes. Here's the herd. There's a male a little bit excited. He's trying to pursue this female. has his eye on one specific female, and that's the one he's going to go for. Now, most of the impalas would have already mated, and most of the females, or a lot of them, would be pregnant, but some will mate, even now. And the type of behavior in the male is as a result of high testosterone levels. So he's definitely feeling something going on inside of him. And he's acting on that. They really move at incredible speeds when they want to. 80 kilometers per hour, so they can really gun it. And you heard the vocalization he was making there too. That's what we'll hear when we're looking out for an alarm call. So sometimes the males can trick us when we hear them doing that. But that's why you want to listen out for a lot of alarm calls at the same time. Dion, you'd like to know when will the impalas start dropping their lambs, having their babies? It'll happen towards the beginning of December. Or well, shall we just say December? There may be some that drop a little bit earlier and those that drop later as well. But try to flood the environment in December, and by January, February, there's just lambs everywhere. Everyone's just having a bit of a clean. They got a rude awakening after that ram came through. Now we have a little bit of practice fighting. Very, very sweet.
All right, from the impala, I have some striped ones, the zebra, and I've come across this man-made watering hole, which is much needed because it holds water for a very long time. See how deep it is? And so these guys have water and guaranteed water throughout the year. For some reason, instead of drinking, it's like they're going through. I don't know if it's to cool down. I'm still waiting to see them drink in big numbers, but nobody has really decided to take a good drink. We've had a few just go in and out. But from my location, it's just another amazing scene that I have here that Bungei is gonna show you and share it with you with his magic camera. Look at that. This area, the grass was burnt early this year, and with the oncoming of the rains, look how beautiful it is. And all these wildebeest have just arrived here in a day or two. Yesterday I didn't come here, but I'm sure yesterday they were here because this is further than where I was earlier, and they are in their thousands. So look at that. So the migration is still on. It has extended from the usual and the only written, from June, July, August, September. And now we're in October, and there is hundreds and hundreds of them. And most of them, they have their heads and movement pointing towards that direction where the camera is facing, which is north. And that is towards Kichwa Temple Plains. That is the site we have here. Look at that. It's amazing. If it was just a handful, let's say like 100, I would say that they're the last few that got really separated, and they're trying to catch up. But to see this many, it's proof that we are still in the migration season. We're still in the migration time. And this is a wonderful, wonderful. I hope you're enjoying this. Talk to us, #WildEarth. Comments and questions, very, very welcome. This is, coming from live in the Masai Mara. Sasikazi, hello. You say, how many zebras do the Mara have? Well, I won't tell you in terms of numbers because nobody has actually done a good census of who is left, but it is proof that we have a good enough number. When I say that, I mean, we have, I would say maybe a good, 3,000 that are left here in the Mara. So that is the amount that we have. Usually we don't see them in big dazzles like what you see here because they're migrating, but you'll always see a dazzle of about 8 to 10 separated in each about 5 kilometers. So they're always here, but not in big numbers. You wonder what's going on in their minds when they arrive in a pool of water like this and just look down. Are they using the water to look at their faces, or are they meditating? What is happening? Or are they fussy that this water smells of other animals? Or are they waiting to really get thirsty? It's interesting for me always to think of what's going on in their mind. And I would say they don't like this water. Maybe it's too dirty and smells of buffalo, hyena. And I would say hyena is the main culprit because they like, cooling off in pools like this when it's really hot. And actually, they don't have a very good smell. So maybe they can smell the hyena and they don't like it. Look at, they just come, look, stand there. I don't blame them. I don't think I would like to, even in desperate times, drink water that hyenas have been mud bathing on. Hope I don't ever get thirsty for them to laugh at me. Look at that. And look at that one has decided to take a fierce sip. Are you going to take also? Nah. No. The other one on the other side seems to take one or two. It's like, take one. Yeah. Not really. Yeah. Well, I don't know how it tastes, but definitely there is something not appealing to most of them. It's such a beautiful animal, the zebra. It's one of my favorites, although I love all animals. It's an amazing adaptation, amazing coloration. Yeah, I don't know if you can hear the noises of the wildebeest, talking. We'll go shut for about 5 seconds so you can listen. Yes, when you hear that, definitely it is the migration. It's amazing that, they're still here. It's getting hotter, and usually when it gets hot, it's either they form small groups or huddle up, and that's when a movement is triggered, when they huddle up. Over here looks like most of them are heading north, and that's where they should be heading right now, because that's where Cameron Jumbo, you like to know about if the wildebeest would leave the weaker ones behind. Well, with most animals, it is survival of the fittest. although there is that attachment and bond that was created maternally, weak ones attract attention. And attention means that somebody is gonna die and nobody wants to stay with the weak ones. So what happens is, most of the time, they leave them because they attract attention, which is not needed by the rest. So Cameron, yes, they leave the weak ones. And those weak ones don't last very long because these are not grounds for weak ones. Survival of the fittest is what applies in these plains. Hyenas, lions and leopards will, pick them up very quickly and take advantage of that broken leg or frail-looking body. Yes, this is an amazing sight. I hope you've enjoyed it. Let's take you to another, location.
Quiz time. What raptor is this? Nice telltale sounds, the dark tail. Going up from the tail upwards. Nice white patch on the rump. The rump section is just above the tail, and then the beautiful orange sear, or the part between the head and the actual beak, and the tip of the beak hooked, and you could see very clearly that hook-like beak. So definitely part of the raptor family. It's definitely a prominently seen species here on Tswalu. And it's just looking for any potential prey now, sitting on top of the tree, sitting still, just its head rotating, and using that very, very well-equipped eyesight to pick up on prey. What a beautiful scene. Nice scene, typically how one could describe the arid savanna, which we are in. Nice grassy layer of grass, and then trees sparsely densely set. Very high productive biome within South Africa. There's 9 different terrestrial biomes within this beautiful section of the continent. Bianca says a dark chanting. So they look very alike. Dark chanting and pale chanting are very similar in appearance. And one would look at the belly. That'll be a telltale sign of the belly. The dark chanting, and obviously we can't see the belly here on the position he's in, but it's the belly, which on the dark chanting would have more defined bands across the chest. And then the darker plumage, this is darker, so I think it's the way that the sunlight is hitting it. Nice one, Bianca. Can see you're a birder. You know the dark chanting. We are not in the region for dark chanting. The dark chanting goshawk is a species that will be occurring on the northeastern part of the country. So all the way up into the top of the country where Zimbabwe meets Botswana, and as well as South Africa, and then Zimbabwe. It's a very tippy-top northeastern corner of the country where the dark chanting will be. We about 1,000 kilometers west of that. And that's a fairly big range to separate these two species. Sometimes with species that look similar can be very tricky, and then sometimes they do have overlapping distribution. But this species, the pale chanting, does not have an overlapping distribution for this area. There is a little bit on the corner, but that's about it. So just distribution would be the defining factor of here. It does give a little bit of a darker appearance, but I think it's the way that the sunlight is catching those beautiful feathers right now. And typical of a sound, you can hear one busy calling behind us. I don't know if everybody got to hear that. But just perched up there looking for potential meal, and meals would vary from small rodents to lizards, other birds, not shy of really getting down and dirty with those big talons. They've also been recorded at eating carrion rotting meat, but that's every now and then. Obviously the bird will be pushed to that format when it doesn't have available food. But small to medium-sized mammals, and then hares and also birds. Wow, that bird came past there fast. Beautiful bird. That binocular vision allowing the bird to really bring things closer and lock onto a potential meal. And if it does see a meal, then it's a viable option, taking off and then lining itself up properly, and just before it's about to hit the ground onto the prey item, obviously opening those talons as wide as possible, and then obviously grabbing it and then holding it tightly. Obviously having strong talons is an advantage, and also the foot structure is a big advantage for this bird. A large majority of our birds are what we refer to as perching birds. So 3 toes facing forward and 1 toe facing backwards, perfectly designed to perch. This foot structure is designed to grab and hold on. Massive claws, very powerful feet to hold on to potential prey item. So this might be one of a pair. We've been watching it for the past 10-15 minutes and just heard the one calling behind us.
They're still sitting with these impala. It's really nice to watch their behavior. Nice big group. This one is just throwing up another bit of cud into her mouth. Really enjoy watching them ruminate, and they prefer to do it when they're nice and relaxed and sat down like this. Chew and chew and chew, and then they swallow and don't mind any ablutions that go on around them, obviously. Come on, get up, get up. Look at him. He's sniffing where that female urinated. That's how he'll test whether she's receptive at the moment. So much information can be passed that way. There, look at that. That's the Flehmen grimace. That's what he'll do to allow that scent to go into his vomeronasal organ, and tiny little holes that on his palate, filled with a gel-like substance that will amplify anything that he smells in there, so that he can detect a whole lot of things. He can detect whether she's pregnant, whether she is receptive to mating. Something's gotten their attention. Now they're all moving in that direction. That vomeronasal organ is shared by most animals. It's another way in which they communicate. It's a very nice, peaceful sighting with his impala. You'll be able to hear the drongos in the background. There's some testiculars as well. Impala nice and fluffed up for the same reason our bateleur was, in order to keep nice and warm. Shake it out, shake it out. The herd's on the move. It's a rattling testicular you're hearing now. Quite close to us. Can't see it, but I can definitely hear them. It's a really, really nice large herd. They can just keep on streaming. Got a red-billed oxpecker. There's a passenger on that one. Some are uninterested in moving with the herd just yet. They want to keep on chewing their cud.
I like watching when animals chew their cud. Now look at that. Wildebeest also chewing the cud while resting. Look at how they've positioned themselves. When you look closely on just near the neck, you see that there's some stripes. So those stripes are so important in this kind of wildebeest because they act in what we call thermoregulation. They regulate heat depending on the time of the day. So sometimes when it's hot, the narrow white stripes also reflect the heat, and the black stripes absorb the heat just the same as the zebras. That's why you find this plains game out in the open, depending on whatever time. During the scorching sun or where it's cold, those stripes act very, very important to these animals. Now, over in the back, I can see some zebras coming on out of the long grass. I think there's a mud water area there. They've been drinking. So, a typical time for animals to go down and drink. We have cats that have already gone for shade. So some of these places will be very, very secure. But at times, lions know where to go and ambush. Mark, thank you so much for your question. The wildebeest sometimes can be in one big herd, especially when they are moving a long journey. But some of the time you find that one bull is responsible for about 10 to 14 cows. But within these herds, they move along together, they mixed up. So when they stop, you find that they isolate themselves. Like as you watch keenly, you'll see that some of the herds are split up. But yes, when they are on a journey, they'll walk into one big herd. It's always nice when you watch them as they graze. This is super, super cool to see and watch, which is very, very interesting, especially when these herds come around this time. It's so beautiful such that these herds are not present all year round. You only find them only once in a year within this area. So that is from July to October. We've had a very good morning. We've had lots of wonderful sighting. We've seen lions on a kill. We've seen lions walking out in the plain. We've come across very big males that I haven't seen before. So I would like to thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for your questions and comments. It's been so interactive over morning. We really much enjoyed, and keep on those questions and comments coming. So see you again later on in the evening at 1600 hours, which is East African time, and 1500 hours Central African time. Thank you so much, and have a very, very pleasant morning, and good bye.